I'm still just caught in a whirlwind after today, guys. Like the live stream today, everything that they revealed, it was yeah, absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. This update got me my pants weight. I went absolutely. Things were ooh, like I was so excited after it, which is insane because like think about it this way, right? The patch, half of it, a little bit less than half of it, right? Let's just say half of it got leaked before today. And yet all of our minds were still just blown by everything that they revealed. Honestly, patch just for me, we'll take a look at it. I actually haven't had a chance to really even look through it, so this is kind of like this isn't my first time looking through it because we did look at it for the podcast, but like I was more like facilitating the like scrolling to different stuff whenever like Cal and like Rabbit were like reading things off, so I didn't really actually have a chance to take a look at stuff. So I want to take a look at it today, like during the stream, and just go over everything. Heard Stormweaver might back? Sounds like it. Any potential build? So I want to go for Open Palm Monk, right? I want to go for Melee Monk, but I mean, I don't know. I might do a poll, but it seems like everybody is so hyped for that. Everybody's going to make one. But you know what? I want to make one. It is what it is, man. I don't think it's going to be meta. Let's be real. Like, I don't think it's going to be meta, but I think it's just so cool. Yeah, Barehand Monk, Unarmed Monk, Deadeye log in. It looks just absolutely insanely cool. We have the new unique too. Yeah, the new like what is it? The one that does a little lightning bolt attack whenever you hit it with the glove. Oh my goodness. I'm just so excited. Excited for minion and support gem changes. Like literally, I'm not kidding you guys. I feel like this league has turned the game on its head. Like it literally has changed everything about the game and how we understand it. It's to a point where like I don't think anybody could have predicted where like this update was going. Like, you can predict a couple things, right? Here and there, like, oh, Act 4, right? And then like maybe like some new like archetypes or whatever, but like literally, like it's like a new league or whatever. Literally, it's like everything has just been like turned on its head. When the glove drops from SSF, I'll make one. I wrote in Discord, he logged in. I'm the puppet master. I wonder if your Invoker Monk build still works with the open palm. I don't think so because they nerfed one of the main things about the build, which is that marks no longer count as spells. So mark, right? Let's see, where is it? Yeah, it's right. It was right here. Marks are no longer spells, which means it cannot be socketed into cast on effects, which is, was the main thing that let that whole like cascade go and just destroy the screen. So unfortunately, that is a little bit dead in the water. Deepest Tower, yeah, is gone. Is gone. Combi Miso coming, yeah, exactly. It's so much that it's even hard to think of what to do exactly to restart like planning. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. I wonder if Po2DB has any of the new gems in the thing, right? Do you have a section for it yet? They don't. Let's see, right? Let's see. Yeah, they don't have any of the new stuff yet. So we'll have to wait for them to put this new stuff whenever it comes in. Me right now, except it's CUM. So shut the fuck up. Just need to feel why Siege Cascades has actually better or worse. Sprinting and no having to do Act 1 to 3 again. Thank you. Did I buy a support pack? I haven't, but I will. That's part of the plan for today, like taking a look at which supporter pack we want to buy and buying it. So I was really interested in like this little blood thingy that they had, right? The little character. Is it a character effect that like tracks the amount of kills that you have and like the effect gets bigger when you kill more stuff? This one seemed kind of like there wasn't too much in it. Like the pet's kind of cute. It's kind of cutesy. But that's about it. Hideout, yeah, they have the hideout, but I'm not like huge on the hideout. The real is fire as fuck. Oh yeah. Did they mention about div drops? No, they didn't mention anything about like drop rate changes or anything like that. To be honest, I mean, then again, I haven't read through the entire patch yet. Okay, we haven't read through like the entire thing. We just basically what I looked at were skill balances, ascendancy balances, and so that's about it. So what do you think about new trade system? I mean, I think we discussed it in the podcast, but the trade system, in my opinion, is it's incomplete. It's incomplete. It's a really, really good step, right? It's like at the moment, like it's all we can ask for, in my opinion, but it's incomplete. Um, the trade fix right now, right? We had a couple critiques of it. First off, right? Let's start with the positives. Amazing. We can finally trade without having to worry about getting ghosted or like price fixers or anything like that, right? We can finally do that. Asynchronistic trade was like the bare minimum they were all asking for, and they finally delivered after so many years. Literally, people have been asking for it in PoE 1 for so many years, and we finally get it. So I'm super excited about that. But there's like some problem. Like it's not like all like positive, right? Because first off, you have to take your premium stash tab and convert it over slash like get a new one, which kind of sucks. But I'm not gonna blame them for it. You know, they gotta make money. Like I guess, right? It is what it is. But the main thing for me is that I don't understand. Well, I know why, but in the grand scheme of things, right? If this was the finalized version, I'm not sure why they're making us go to the website. Just build an in-game UI system for people to use, man. Just let me search in-game, bro. Like, I don't mind it, right? I'm on a PC, whatever. But there's a lot of people that will never know to go like search on the website, or like the console players or whatever. Like all these things are just, it's still just like, why are you making videos to the website? But Rabbit made a very good point, right? He said, okay, you know, they literally just announced that they were going to be doing the trade stuff, and they did it like within a month of saying that they're working on it. So like this is probably like V0.1, right, of the trade. So hopefully down the line they will iterate, make it better, and actually potentially add an in-game system. Buy everything and hold till mid-season. The other thing is like the level requirement, right? You basically, so you can't use it until I think act 3 or some act 4. I forget when it was, but you can't use it until a certain point. And that has me wondering, like, well, that has me thinking like maybe it's because of botting that they're not letting people use it until act 4. Okay, it's act 4, right? Okay. That's the only reason why I think that's the case. And if that's the case, then it's kind of sucks, because like I want to, like, you know, when I have my character as I'm leveling up, if I find I'm hitting a wall, right, I want to be able to go to trade and be like, okay, you know, let's just buy this, right? Of course we could still use the old trade system, but it would be nice if we get the new one. It would be nice. Do you see the new crafting system? Yeah. I won't be a crybaby like Miso tonight. What the heck? There's a lot of nerfs in the patch notes. Totally notables in the tree are good. We'll see. I haven't looked through everything yet. We'll have to take some time. I'm asking for too much. I just, you know, I want the best for the game is all. Okay, I want the best for the game is all. Okay, so let's start by going through some of these patch notes, right? So of course we have Act 4. I don't need to read that. Interludes. I don't need to read that. Rise of the Abyssal League. Start fresh in economy. Okay. Um, let's see. In your travels throughout raid class, you'll encounter fissures in the ground, sapping the life force of the monsters. Slaying these monsters will trigger Abyssal to emerge, enhanced with extra necromantic abilities from those power that you're draining. So this Abyssal stuff is like really cool because I think Abyss in PoE 1 compared to this is kind of lackluster, to be honest. Because it really is in PoE 1. I think you just like the fissure forms, you follow the fissure, kill stuff, get to the end, and you kill stuff, right? But this like takes the mobs that you're killing along the way and like, it feeds it into the abyss and creates stronger monsters. It is pretty dope. Link, please. Okay, yeah, I'll put the link. I'll pin this. PoE 2 is still dog shit. Damn, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope one of these days you'll be able to enjoy the game. AI towers need to go. AI generated maps need to go. Anything that has to do with that, damn. I mean, I agree. Towers definitely need to go. I mean, I don't think they need to go, but I do think they still need to be addressed. I was surprised they didn't address it. What is it called? If we actually take a look at like endgame adjustments, they really didn't do any. Which I was hoping they would. The big thing though was the maps rarities. The map rarities, them adjusting that stuff, like with the like making it so rarities are linked to difficulty as opposed to like the prefixes. Like, I'm so glad they did that. Even if the tower is left, you really want to run random trash map. I mean, I really like running maps. Personally, maps are my favorite thing in Poe. The Wasteland change is great. Yeah, I agree. I want to know what happens if you jump into the Death River. We'll find out. We'll find out. Have I finally calmed down? No. F? No, should be an F. This has to be excited for the next league change. It'll be massive with. Yeah. Okay. So Abyss is pretty cool, and it's adding like some new crafting stuff too. It's adding veiled mods, which is interesting. I think that's gonna be a lot of fun. Like, there's a lot of stuff for crafting this league. I was very excited. Did they nerf Lightning Spear? They did. It's dead. Lightning Spear is dead. I just hope they'll upgrade current stash tabs and won't force us into new ones. So what's going to happen is you're going to take your premium stash tabs that you have already, right? And you could either keep them as premium stash tabs, or you can upgrade them to the merchant tabs. Or you can just buy new merchant tabs. You have to need to start at level 1 with this new patch? Yeah, you do. Yo, what's up, Lizzie? It has been a while. How are you doing? Did Rake Stomping Ground leveling survive? No. No. We're talking about new currency? Oh, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. How's Glacial Lance build looking? Is dead. At least the way that we have it right now, it's dead. Let's see. Major character balances, support gem overall, right? This was very interesting. What is this thing about? Blood in the eyes. Oh, okay. So they got rid of blood in the eyes, discombobulate, unsteady tempo, unbaiting, unbending, untouchable, unyielding. What were these ones? Support gems. So blood in the eyes, I kind of remember that one. This one was hobble equal to 15% of physical damage dealt, and hobbling made it so that you miss less, right? Yeah, it lowers their evasion. So that's what that did. Discombobulate, I think that did days, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I haven't heard. I mean, I remember these. Yeah, days. I know they reworked days, so it makes sense that they got rid of this. Goddamn. Let's see here. Unsteady tempo. Is that the one where like you attacked and then like if you attacked multiple times? Oh no, that's not the one. First attack in the sequence. Oh, it's another hobble one. Okay, so it looks like they're just getting rid of the hobble kind of like effect is what they're doing. Zeal's wide. What is this shadow? Why are you adding me? Is that a timestamp?
We wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry.
Yeah.
These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
100%.
yeah.
You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people.
I knew they were gonna. I knew towers are on their list, but I'm just like I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't address it earlier. I never used anything with hobble. Yeah, so I didn't even know hobble was a thing. Oh, actually no, other than blood in the eyes. Unbaiting. I can't even find it. It's not even in here. Huh? Okay. Unbending. Well, I don't think this is a thing either. I've never heard of it. Oh no, it's right here. Unbending. 8% of damage taken while using supported skills is recouped as mana per quarter second of cast time of supported skill. What the heck? I do not remember that at all. Well, so Richie, can't wait to see new passive tree. Same. That way we can actually start getting some like builds online. Like actually start like, you know, figuring things out. Increase evasion rating while using supported skills or per quarter second attack time. So okay. I don't remember that either. Maybe that's why they got rid of them, because they're complete trash that nobody used. How's Lightning Spears dead? Well, I mean, Lightning Spear is still usable, but it's way worse. It is way worse. I saw Chrono Change is super interesting time freeze spam as much skill as possible and under curse to one shot bosses. Oh, unabating. Oh, that's why. It's unabating. That's why. They misspelled it. 25% increased armor while using support skills per quarter second attack time. Yeah, another. Who cares? Do you know what Marauder Ascendancies are like? No, we don't. I think I'm going to start with Witch, because 97% of people are going open hand monks. I mean, Essence Drain Contagion looks really strong. ED Contagion looks really strong. Okay, we have the many supports. Okay, love new support gems. So they didn't let us know what all the new support gems are yet. Lineage supports, which they haven't let us also know of all of them either. A number of support gems with simple effects have been renamed with names more obviously hinder their functionality. Updated wording of support gems that add cooldown supported skills. Updated during last gas to mention that supported minions die before the support duration expires if they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded. This was already present, but was not mentioned. Interesting. I didn't know that this was a thing. Support gems that you use yourself no longer support persistent skills. They can still support gems that have persistent component and manually activated components such as Plague Bearer. So I'm assuming this means that you can't use things like, you know, persistence on spirit gems anymore. I'm assuming that's what it means when it says like skills that support gems that you can use yourself aren't able to be used on support persistent skills anymore. Did they add the cast one damage taken on like on those leaks you were watching? I don't think so. They didn't show the list of every new gem they added, but they only added 12. So I'm not entirely sure. But also, cast one damage taken didn't seem like it was gonna have many like, you know, it was gonna be very applicable in my opinion. Why nerf Warrior? They didn't nerf Warrior. They only nerfed Smith. Smith was like crazy busted. Overall, please change. Oh yeah, huge W. Huge W. I think like most people like are super happy with the changes. Even like a lot of the guys who are like very down about the game in 0.2, I've seen a lot of them come back and like be really excited. Even I was hanging out on Cute Dog stream earlier and he was so pumped. And this dude only played 200 hours of the game. In 0.1 and 0.2, he played like 200 hours of the game. So there's a lot of people who are super excited about this patch. What are your thoughts on not adding Druid because that's to take a resource to delivering content? Yeah, so basically what it was, they had a list of a bunch of problems, right? And they wanted to solve most of these problems in this patch. And because of that, it was just very hard to create Druid. They mentioned that Druid was just a very hard class to like put into the game in first. So like that combined with the fact that there were so many problems that they needed to address just made it so Druid wasn't released. Now, do I blame them? No. I think that the stuff that they put in the game right now is better than any class they could have added. I'm gonna be honest. If they added a new class instead of doing a lot of these updates that they did, I don't think I would be as hype. But like these updates themselves just change the game so fundamentally, like at its core so much that it really makes it a new game. Yo, what's up, Mr. Kongor? How's it going? I am very hyped. I'd rather balance changes on stuff that we got. Yeah. I 10 times out of 10, right? I would rather have what we had today over a new class. Now, again, as I mentioned on the podcast, I think that they basically made a choice, right? They made a choice. Is this going to be like, do we cater to the new player who hasn't played Path of Exile 2 before? Or do we cater to the existing audience who has played the game or like has stopped playing the game because of like certain problems here and there? And they chose to support the people who are loyal to the game versus the people who are new to the game. Because in reality, I think most new players, because they don't know how any of these systems work, they don't care about these changes. But if they were to get a new class, they're like, oh yes, I'm hype, right? But them making these changes basically is like, hey, you guys who have been playing our game, we love you, we appreciate you, we want to make this better for you. That's what it is. That's the perspective that I have. Okay. So the support gem changes are cool. I think that having the ability to use multiple support gems, we'll have to see how that goes because they didn't really nerf a lot of things about support gems. In fact, they made support gems more powerful. So I think that there is a part of it that's like making, when they said they wanted to make every skill viable, right? And making combo gameplay more rewarding, if your support, like if your combo skills are able to actually have damage gems on them, then they can become, a lot more powerful. So in that aspect, it helps out with the combo gameplay. But also at the same time, I do think that there was a lot of like, mental, I guess, gymnastics or whatever that you do to just like stretch your brain, stretch that noodle to make builds work with like the limited supports, which was fun. And I also think like helped build diversity as well. So we'll see how the change goes. I know a lot of people are excited about it. I'm excited about it, but for like a different reason. I'm just excited to see how it goes and see what happens. Running multiple martial temples is gonna be nice. Oh yeah, I mean, you could expect like, and I think one of the reasons why they did an overall nerf to the area of effect on the tree is because you're going to be able to run magnified effect on everything now. Every one of your skills that needs magnified effect is going to be able to have magnified effect on it. So I think part of like the nerfing of AoE might also come from the fact that we're just going to be able to get more AoE with other things. Yeah, and reach too. Exactly. Reach with like attack skills. Is it me or did they fuck up warrior defenses? Armor applying to Ellie is probably equivalent to 2 to 3 max res. If they completely fucked Giant's Blood. I don't know. I think the armor being affected by Ellie is a huge layer of defense, but I don't think it's enough, to be honest. This doesn't look like Lost Ark patch notes. This is a better game. But I think the Giant's Blood. I mean, we'll get to Giant's Blood, right? We're gonna keep going down. Okay, so here's the new skills that they added. Fortifying Cry performs a war cry that grants guard. They showcase that in the stream. They also showcase Forge Hammer and Ancestral Cry. So this is a big thing that they changed, right? Glory not having to require, not being based off of heavy stun anymore is huge. Like I thought like they're like jamming this glory shit into like the banners. They're jamming the glory into like all these things. I'm like, oh god, I hate glory. But it's just they changed glory to where it's just off of like attacks and kills and stuff like that. So that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. Hopefully it works out well. The fact that we don't have to play Cruel over and over again is a lifesaver. Oh, 100%. Until we see this tree, many of the nerfs could be not as bad as you think. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Which class is the clear winner of the patch? Were they all the same? I think Mage won out pretty big. Sorks won out pretty big. Like I think Stormweaver seems to be pretty good in a pretty strong place. Let's see. Toxic Domain. This one looks very weird because it creates a little pool on the ground around you, which I didn't think was like the most exciting thing. Let me see if I can pull up the VOD. And go through like the skills part, right? Just to see what all these things look like. I think they showed off all the skills, right? Oh, no, this is not the one. Yeah, so did they have more skills before this? No, they didn't. So the freezing salvo change is pretty cool. I'm curious why they changed it because I feel like freezing salvo was fairly strong before. But I mean, I'm not going to complain about a better skill. I guess freezing salvo wasn't really used to endgame, so maybe that's why. The update on the toxic growth so you don't have to do backflip is sick. Yes, it makes it actually usable. I mean, escape shot I feel like is still not usable. I'm sorry, but these backflip skills, as cool as they look, nobody is going to actually use them in practice. Like, nobody's gonna actually use this like long ass animation in practice. Maybe campaign, but anywhere past that, nobody's gonna bother. I wish Escape Shot doesn't have black. Exactly. Nobody's gonna use that shit. Ice tipped arrows. So this makes it so that all your stuff creates little ice fragments, ice shards. It doesn't seem like the little ice shards are like super strong. Like the explosions of little ice shards. Because like we see in the and maybe it's just because they're not hitting. Like look at that. They're like not even killing the mobs. Like you see the little like ice shards that pop up? None of the mobs died. None of the mobs died. Now, granted, they might not be scaling this very well. I don't know. But like, look at this. Here's the little ice shards, right? They blow up right here. Nothing happened. GG Clips are notorious for using ZZPS every single time. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping that they're all going to be okay. But right now, it just seems pretty underwhelming. I'm not going to lie. Now, maybe it's because it's used with, let's see. Oh, I thought Freezing Salvo was going to be doing the ice shards thing, but I don't think so. No, I think it is. I think it goes to the freeze the thing. So, okay. Snipe is very interesting, right? So Snipe used to be 100% crit chance, so you would never miss a crit on it. But they got rid of that. Snipe now, what it does is it does 100% of physical damage to cold damage and 100% more damage against unique enemies. And it has this part where it has increased. Let's see. Explosion now deals this amount of damage to the enemies and has a radius of 2.8 meters. Perfectly timed arrows that hit a frozen or heavy stun enemy now it cause a larger explosion that deals more damage, provides more explosion radius. I'm interested to see whether or not this is actually an increase in damage. I wish POB was ready. Oh, 100%. Did Lightning Spear survive? Potentially, but it's on life support, if anything. No rig stomping ground anymore? No. So Snipe looks very interesting. I will have to see how strong it is. Because only being able, like, it sounds like Snipe is only going to be able to use with cold builds now. And, like, I don't know. Snipe was one of the few universal single target abilities that bows had. And now they made it only cold, which gets me a little bit concerned about the single target ability of the bow. So we'll have to see how that goes. Any auto bombers? They didn't reveal any auto bombers, but they had stuff that helped auto bombers. So here's Toxic Growth, right? Finally, we have Toxic Growth that you don't have to do the little black backflip for. This is so great. Finally, we don't have to use, like, it's potentially an actually usable skill. It's actually usable to detonate. So maybe Poison will have, like, a lot better single target with this change. Being able to have Toxic Growth just be like a rain down kind of like Vine Arrow, like, I can see Poison potentially being relatively decent with single target now. Told you trade system way up. Yeah, traces is great. What's the icy blast part of Snipe? So it basically just does an explosion of cold when you hit a frozen target with Snipe. Is what it does. You see that? You see the target exploded right there? That's what it does. So this toxic domain thing is very weird. So while in the bloom, you have increased skill costs, regenerate life, and your projectile attacks attach a toxic pustule, which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after a duration when enough poison has been applied, consuming the largest stack of poison on the target to deal damage and apply another poison to them. Now, this feels like to me a little bit more of a single target thing than a mapping thing, because you can see the little toxic domain is like something you place on the ground. You're not going to be placing, like, you're not going to be using it to while you're moving. So potentially it's something to like super buff your single target ability. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see how this works. Maybe there's also a chance that I do my spiral arrow build again. That's also another possibility. Because I don't think Spiral Arrow got nerfed in any way, shape, or form. And then we could use poisons as like our main thing. That's a possibility for a league starter right there. If I don't want to use Open Palm Monk, which everybody and their mother is gonna go. Going for Deadeye at 0.3 is gonna be more OP. Electrocuting Arrow. Fires an electrifying arrow that explodes an area of hitting an enemy will attach electrocuting rod to them, causing all incoming attacks to build up electrocution. So this is basically just that they made it have more AoE or something, if I remember correctly. No longer a movement skill, shoots an arrow forward, explodes, applying its electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Quality out causes hits against targets with attached rods to gain up to 10% damage to extra lightning. I wonder if you could use this as a main ability. They're showcasing it as though you can use it as a main ability, but it's hard to say. Especially because like I think maybe like because electrocute's like a thing you use for a single target mostly. AoE doesn't really matter. So I wonder if like potentially people might use this as like a combination to single target and making it strong, like, you know, electrocute the mobs. Trade changes by price fixers. So I didn't play Deadeye. So I didn't play this in PoE 1. I know that this is like a thing in PoE 1, the Mirage Archer, but I don't know how good it's going to be. It seems a little jank to me because you can only drop it when you roll it, and it's like, yeah, it feels a little bit weird. I didn't play PoE 1 figures. I mean, I played it for a while, but I don't play it anymore. I played in the last two leagues. I played Pharesia. I played what is it called? Secrets of the Atlas. Not like a ton, but I played both of them. I've played the game, mostly played the game in the early stages, in like the first 3 or 4 years. You got me. I'm excited. Yeah, so they didn't show off all the new skills here. They only showed off the... Actually, no, they did show off, like, the warrior stuff. Yo, Mr. Legendary! Thank you for the daily bid. Appreciate it. Creating offline. Thank you, Jonathan. So Deflect is going to be interesting, right? Deflect is going to be interesting. I think people said that Deflect is similar to Spell Ward in PoE 1. I've never experienced Spell Ward before, but it seems interesting. It's like a secondary layer of defense that you get below your evasion. Oh, sorry, Spell Suppress. Spell Suppress. So it seems like they it seems like it'll be useful. And also the other thing, right? I don't know where they show it, but they showed a node that makes it so that your dexterity also adds to your HP. So potentially this season, pure evasion might actually be decent. Like, it's actually insane. Dex stacker, yeah. Because there's a node that makes it so you can get dexterity, like HP off of dexterity. The Po2 version is better. Yeah, it looks it to me, if deflection is good and and that node to get HP is good, we could potentially see evasion being pretty dang strong this patch. I don't know if it's gonna be as strong as energy shield. Like energy shield just busted nutty, but potentially. Yo, chill out, guys. I'm gonna have to time both of you guys out. Just chill out. All right, but yeah, there's no need to run a campaign twice anymore to level up different characters. Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is, right? There's no need to run campaign twice, but I think the length of the campaign should still stay about the same. What do you think will be the 1 to 2 meta classes or builds? It's so hard to say. We don't have any of the tree yet. So like as much as we have from the patch notes, we don't really have that much information. It's like there's a lot of information on here, but until we have the tree, there's just a lot of stuff that we just don't know. It should maybe be even slightly longer. Iron Ward stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using the skill releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. I don't think this was shown on the stream. I don't think Frost Darts was either. Conjures a number of icy projectiles that launch toward a target. Projectiles that hit a chilled or frozen enemy create chunks of ice, dealing additional damage on impacting the ground. Consumes a cold infusion if possible to cause each projectile to lodge into the enemy and explode. That was a really cool new thing. Like the infusion stuff, like the different elemental infusions, man, that looked really cool. I don't know how to wrap my head around it, like how viable it will be like while playing the game, but it looked really cool. Grimfeast returned. I mean, it did, but it's nothing close to what it was before. Frost shards are uber ice shards from the staff. Unarmed Monk is insane. Do you think it'll utilize the explosives of the quarterstaff you have equipped? I think so. What I think about Unarmed Monk, it looks sick. It looks sick. No, so it's a thing. So if we look at the open palm thing, right? Maybe we don't have it here. I don't know where it's shown in this video. It might be like here or something like that. No, I think it was before Sork. Right here, hollow palm, right? Can attack as though using a quarterstaff while both your hand slots are empty. Okay. So it will not, you cannot have a quarterstaff equipped. It's attacking as though you have a quarterstaff, right? So they're unarmed. Unarmed attacks that would use your quarterstaff gain physical damage based on their skill level, 1% more attack speed per 25 item evasion rating on equipped armor items. So your unarmed attack speed scales off your evasion, and you get critical chance per 10 energy shield. So basically, you're gonna be probably running like a hybrid EV ES build, or maybe potentially even a full. I doubt you're gonna go full ES. Fisting Monk was gonna go so hard. Like this is kind of crazy. This is actually insane. Because like how much evasion, like how much, so let's think about it like this way, right? How much energy shield does like a character usually have if you're hybrid EVES? You're probably floating around, I'd say on average, let's say like 3,000 is like is a pretty decent number. I think you could still go higher, but I think this is a very decent number, right? Times 0.1. So that's like 300% crit chance just off of your energy shield. Three is a lot for hybrid. I think you can get that much, unless I'm misremembering. Let me take a look at my monk. Actually, no. What was my monk? My monk was C. No, my monk was CI last league, and it was at 4.5k. Adding these. Let me see. $4.2k, yeah. 4.2k. 3k is fine. Oh, it's 10 per energy shield. Sorry. Yeah, it's 10. It's 10 per. It's 10 per. You're right. It's 10 per. Guys, I'm a fake Asian, all right? I'm a fake Asian. Oops. 123 divided by 10 times 0.1. Okay, so you're only getting 30. Never mind. But okay, but here's the thing, right? But here's the thing. I think it's a flat increase. It's not an increased critical chance percent. This is a flat increase to your base critical chance, which is huge. Yo, thank you for the raid, and appreciate it. Welcome. It's on armor items and not ES after increase. That is true. So like how much ES am I getting on armor, right? In reality. So you're getting about, let's say, I think last season I was getting about, I don't know, 800 on chest, plus like maybe like 200 on boots, plus like 100 on gloves, and then plus like 400 on helmet, right? So then this is a much more reasonable number. That's a much more reasonable number. Yeah, so you're getting about 50% flat crit, which, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's still pretty good. Because I think most flat crit is like what, like 9%, 10%, 11%, something like that, right? It's still really, really good. Top end quarterstaff, so you with top end armor, yeah, it's still really good. It's going to give the same crit as a well-rolled crit staff, but still, I mean, I think that's fine. Like, because you don't have to roll the staff. You're just rolling good armor. you're getting free crit chance for just having good armor, and you don't have to roll a good weapon. So it's one less item you need to roll. So this, yeah, I mean, hollow palm technique is looking pretty good. Now, it really depends on how. So you gain physical damage based on the skill level. I think that's going to be a big part of it. Because, like, we can get crit chance, right? But because we don't have a weapon to give us, like, weapon damage and stuff like that, we're going to have to see how much physical damage we actually get from this. Because if we get, like, not very much, then it could still potentially be kind of garbo. How much fizz per level? It doesn't say. It doesn't say is the thing. And I don't think there's anything here that says it. Hollow palm technique, this keystone allows you, yeah, it doesn't say, it doesn't give you any details here. So we'll have to see how well this scales based off of that. There's also gloves that give unarmed, they do. Yo, what's up, North? Hope it's going great. It is. Thank you. What's up, Deke? So yeah, we'll have to kind of wait to see how good hollow palm technique is, but I mean, it's just sick in general. I want to play it. I really want to play it. Any build direction? If hollow palm technique is good, I'm potentially starting hollow palm technique. But I also feel like so many people are going to start it that I'm a little bit like, do I really want to go there? 3000 ES equals 30% base crit plus 1500 EVA is a 60% attack speed. That's just like Mike Tyson. Well, it's not 3000 ES because it's only your armor. It's only from the armor, not your character itself. You get some crazy attack speed. Oh yeah, I'm expecting to go ham. I was listening to your podcast in the afternoon, didn't really understand. It makes sense. I appreciate it though. Yeah, it's only on armor. It's only on your armor. So it's about half of that. But either way, it's going to be so cool. I really want to play it. And honestly, like, I'm going to probably put up a poll on my YouTube asking people, like, what they're planning on starting. Because, like, hollow palm technique, I feel like is going to be, like, so popular. What happened to martial artist ascendancy? So so they didn't add any new ascendancies. There was no new ascendancies and no new classes. But especially with this, I feel like it's kind of like pointing towards the last ascendancy is gonna be martial artist. Given that they added this keystone, I think there's a big chance that martial artist might be a thing. Yeah, no new class, no new ascendancies. Invoker unarmed. I need to see what the skills are. I also want to see where this is gonna be. Where is hollow palm technique gonna be? Because like I kind of want to play like a Titan hollow palm technique. That sounds fun. I doubt I could do it though. It's literally on the opposite side of the tree. I'm sure. I'm sure, but it sounds funny. If I do, I'm probably gonna league start Chayula given the changes and buffs. I mean, the other thing, right? I think there's a potential for Amazon Hollow Palm technique to be really good. Now, they did nerf this, right? They nerfed critical strike significantly, but it's still decent. And you are still actually no, never mind. You're not equipping a quarterstaff anymore, are you? Yeah, it depends on how much you can sell crit chance. But I mean, your base crit chance is, I mean, your base, yeah, depending on how high you can scale your hit chance. Potentially, if you can scale it kind of high with accuracy, that could still be a way because you are scaling physical damage off of Hollow Palm. Is the Twitch drop for Pro 2 Live now? Well, you can use it now, yes, I think, but I don't think you can get it anymore. How do you feel about Black Flame, like the ring? Did they change Black Flame? Or we talk about this Black Flame Covenant converts fire to chaos damage. Go to the official live last night and 152.48 and take a look. Yeah, this one, right? I mean, it looks really cool. Plus 0.94. I wonder what the max roll is for this to unarmed melee critical hit chance. Because this is a more flat crit. This is more flat crit. And I wonder what, and yeah, I wonder what the max is for this. Probably 1. Actually, because I seen your video. I mean, I think that they still need a buff ignite, I think, for this to really be useful. But who knows? They might buff ignite with a tree. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going fist the entire game. Is there going to be a conversion of quarterstaff to unarmed? Yeah. But oh gosh, I lost my place. Where did the open hand where was the open hand technique again? I lost my place. God damn it. I should have taken a picture. Goes a rabbit. How's it going? Dude, I can also see myself rocking like flicker strike with the palm technique. I could definitely see myself doing that. That sounds really cool. But I mean, the way that they showed it off with Ice Strike also is like maybe the way they kind of intended for it to play. Flicker Fist, yeah. We have Bruce Lee in the game. Actually, though, it's gonna be so cool, and I can't find where it is again. Oh my god, I hate this. Completely forgot where it was. Oh, but this was a note I was talking about earlier. 1 life per 4 dexterity. This is gonna be insane. If you want to go a pure dex build, a pure evasion build, you're going to need this 100%. 28 minutes in? Huh? Wait, 28 minutes in. Do you have a timestamp? When do you think they'll give us a full passive tree? I don't know. I think we might not get it on the launch. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, on YouTube. Let's go to Path of Exile, right? Ah, here it is. Thank you. Yeah. What was I here for? Oh, let's see. Unarmed tactiles user quarter damage, staff damage gain. Can attack as though using a quarterstaff. I'm not sure if quarterstaff nodes are going to buff this. That's the thing. It attacks as though using a quarterstaff, meaning that you can use the skills that use a quarterstaff, but I'm not sure if the quarterstaff nodes will buff the actual unarmed. That's the question. I have a gut feeling the answer is no, it will not be able to take advantage of quarterstaff nodes. But maybe? We get POB update right now? 100%. Yeah, I don't think it's going to apply to the quarterstaff nodes. So we're going to have to find like we're not gonna be able to use our quarterstaff stuff, which I mean in reality, right? How many quarterstaff nodes are there? I mean, it's just this little cluster. So it's not like it's like a big deal that we don't get this, to be honest. It's not like the biggest deal. Though these are very powerful nodes, right? But I don't think it's like the biggest deal that we don't get them. Did I miss the PoE2 Twitch drops? Unfortunately. Volcanic Fissure is looking good. I mean, it looks very pretty to begin with. I think that's the part that I like the most. Check the honor load, less. I think, if anything, they might add unarmed nodes. I think they might add unarmed nodes. Because, I mean, we saw the skill tree, right? We saw the skill tree. Let me see if I can find the... Oh, yeah, Rabbit, are you still there? I just saw your DM. You got it? Okay, cool. But yeah, we saw the skill tree, and it's looking dense. So, and it said like how many clusters were added to like the monk area. It said 17 new clusters, not quite 25, but 17 new clusters. So there's a chance that they add some unarmed stuff there. Do you think stat stacking will make a comeback with a new Dex HP notable? It is hard to say. Gemling in general got changed in a way where you kind of had to play it in a very specific way. I want to see like, that the specifics of that. Because I didn't get to look at it too much during the stream. So yeah. What is this? Ravenous Swarm. While active enemies nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body and pursue them. Swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. New poison skill for like summon type of situation. That's kind of interesting. Grim Feast reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting energy, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions that activate the skill to instantly revive your minions based on their maximum life. Ritual Cadence. Changes your invocations to trigger skills every 2 seconds instead of all at once. So it's like an auto bomb type of situation? It's interesting. Walker of the Wilds. Keystone allows Mana Leash to recover based on elemental damage instead of physical. Oh, wow. That was literally just this. Or is this energy shield? Oh, Mana Leech. Sorry, it's Mana Leech. So that is similar to this Ravenous Doubts. Does that still come on Chayula or not? Oh, it does. So Inner Turmoil no longer grants Mana Leech recovers based on other damage. Instead, grants 1 volatility, inflicting elemental ailment damage and take no damage from volatility. Oh, that's actually kind of good. Because volatility was, I thought volatility seemed kind of strong. Let me remember what volatility does. What's up, Ken? Detonates after 4 seconds after dealing 100 physical damage to volatility. For 10 seconds after detonation, gain 1% of damage as chaos for each volatility which detonated. Detonation time will reset after gaining another stack of volatility. Volatility can be gained every 0.1 seconds. Volatility does not normally have a maximum. This seems really strong now that I'm looking at it. 1 volatility on inflicting an elemental ailment. Take no damage from volatility. I want to see, is ailments count as it does count as chill. So every time you chill an enemy, you gain 1 volatility. And there's no ceiling for volatility. That sound default is 200 ceiling. Oh, is it 200 ceiling? But still, that's a lot. 200 ceiling, that's 200% extra. Like, granted, it's gonna be probably pretty hard to get it up to 100, but that sounds insane. The ceiling is your life? Well, no, because in this you take no damage. I think take no damage from volatility. This seems really strong. You also carrying a warning. I mean, you're killing hundreds of monsters on a map like each time. And if you're just chaining kill after kill after kill, the timer resets every single time. Now, granted, there is a cooldown, like there is an internal cooldown. You can only get one every 0.1 seconds. So if you clear like a huge pack, you only get one. But like, still, it sounds like pretty dang strong. And it's for 10 seconds after detonation. So the actual decay time of volatility is so long. And it resets every time you get into the stack. This actually looks insane. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, Unarmed Chayula. This might be cooking, boys. Maybe it's a Chayula start. I mean, I was planning to do Chayula start angle anyways if I was doing Unarmed. But this just looks insane. Unstable Bond and Passive Tree is good for this. Gain 3 volatility. Oh, that's for the minions, right? Yeah, that looks pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Is it a Chayula angle, boys? It might be a Chayula angle. I only used volatility before. It's much more finicky than you think. So what's finicky about volatility? You can't socket the same skill anymore? What do you mean? This was really cool though. The greater orbs of transmutation, augmentation, chaos orbs, regal orbs, exalted orbs. That stuff looks really cool. Like for crafting, that's gonna be insane. I feel like the perfect chaos orbs are probably gonna be so expensive. Yeah, you can't equip the same skill anymore. So you can't put like 5 bells anymore. So many of her predictions were right. Sure. What would be the new trading currency now? Perfect chaos or variety? I think the trading currency is probably going to be base chaos still, but we'll see. Why are the lights not turning green? There it is. Oh, wait, my streamer bot got fucked. Wait a second. Did it? Actually, maybe not. There it is. You also, Dean. Yeah, the streamer bot is kind of fucked right now. I don't know why it is not working with the Twitch stuff. I don't know why it's not working with the Twitch stuff. I'll have to figure that out later. Sorry, guys. You think people are playing normal trade league this time around? Like the seasonal trade league, or what do you mean? I was just want to cast on elemental ailments. Went up to 100 spirit, very pricey. No way to run 2 casts on spells right now. But the thing is, corruption. So basically, how the cast on ailments works is that it's just all 3 of them in one, right? So right now, if you look on cast on freeze, for example, right? So cast on freeze, you gain 10 energy for power for block enemies you freeze with. So if you're using a mono ailment character, this is for sure a direct nerf. If you're only using one element, it is a direct nerf because it now costs 100 spirit instead of 60. But if you use 2 ailments, then it's a buff because you're just basically procking each of it twice. Now you don't get like the what is it called, right? You won't be able to get a second 5 link or whatever, or a 5 socket for another one. It's just a rework in general. I would not say it's directly a nerf or a buff. It's a rework. Are we getting King's March soon? Not the league thing, not the league mechanic, but we're getting like the area, I think. Yeah, you generate energy faster, but you don't get like a second set of 5 sockets. Yeah, we're getting the area, but we're not getting like, the league mechanics from it. What do I think about Snap? So this reworked. It can be now used on any orb or frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy, causing an explosion of the corresponding damage and creating a remnant of the corresponding type from the from enemies. This explosion can chain and react to a limited extent of enemies are hit by the same ailment. Now deals this amount of damage. I'm trying to imagine how it looks in my head. I know that they had the snap inside of like the video. I don't quite remember how it looked though. I don't know if anybody has like the timestamp for it where I could see how it looks, but it sounds interesting for sure. It's going to be, again, a little bit more combo gameplay, so it might be, you know, maybe a little bit slow, but I think it sounds interesting. He snapped the solar orb. Snap on Tri-Ele Sork. I mean, the Tri-Ele Sork thing looks pretty interesting, for sure. And you'll probably run a cast on ailments with that. Chayula Darkness Change is playable. It's hard to say. Like, the thing is, like, with Darkness, the fact that it gets rid of Spirit is just... I just don't think it's ever gonna be good. I haven't really read too much into it, right? So, let's see. Extra chaos damage per unreserved darkness. Do you think Deflect will be meta? I think so. I think so. Yeah, I've never really played around with darkness enough to really say too much about it. But I just know that not having spirit is a tough handicap. So the benefits of darkness need to be like huge for you to be able to really use it. Ward and Poem with Reservation. Again, it's just the fact that you get rid of Spirit. It's just Spirit just does so much for you. Spirit just does so much for you. It's very rare that you have any builds that really don't use Spirit. I think there was like a Simulacrum build that didn't use Spirit, but that was kind of about it. Add new type of currency, hit a Cora's lock, which you may use to foresee the result of the next currency item using it. So this one's interesting, right? Because it's basically like saying, like, if you're gonna put an Exalt on it, you can see what it's gonna be. And like, I wonder if you use this, you can see the result of Vols. Because like that could be huge. So basically, if you can see that the Vol orb is going to be garbage, you don't use it on the item. Now, when it says currency item, is it any currency item? Because, like, and I wonder how it really works. Because, like, then cores will be expensive anyways? Okay. So it's a PoE 1 thing? Okay, so it's gonna be expensive. Okay, got it, got it. It's a really good item? Okay. Yeah, because I was saying, like, if it's, like, a relatively affordable item, you could potentially, like, use it to just, like, cheese out, like, a good Vol or something like that. But if it's expensive, then it's gonna be, yeah. We'll see. 150 div in Pew 1. Holy. Yeah, might as well sell them. Exactly. I really like the pinnacle change. Like the thing with like the splinters. That was really good. That was a really good change. I'm happy about that. Now it's not going to be as like random to get like a King of the Mist or whatever. You can actually like, I mean, King of the Mist was kind of easy to get last season, but like getting your first one is kind of tough. So it's like now you're going to be able to consistently get into every single one of your pinnacle bosses early on. And it's just going to smoothen out that experience by so much. And also free first 2 points. Yeah, first 2 points free is also huge. And now because they don't have like the +1 level on the Atlas, right? Because they don't have the +1 level on the Atlas anymore, it means that they're able to add more interesting things into the Atlas. Because like basically every single one of these ones, right? It just didn't do anything. It was a completely useless point on the Atlas tree, which really meant that you only had like these big nodes that actually did anything. So they can use these smaller nodes to actually give you bonuses now. Yeah, it's so much better. It's so much better. I wonder if they just drop rates so you just don't farm T2, for example. I hope they did. I mean, granted, it wouldn't be anything different from what we're already doing right now, if that's the like for that case. But I like also with the current. Well, we haven't seen any uniques, right? Actually, they added over 10 new unique items. So it's like, did we see any of the uniques? I don't know if we did. We might have saw like one with like the gloves, right? The unarmed gloves. Did we see any other new uniques? I don't quite recall seeing anything else. Oh, we also saw the belt, right? We saw the belt. Two side by side. So we didn't see all of them. But because I was thinking, it just still to me feels like there might not be much of a point to farming the pinnacle bosses. Morohi Urki. They didn't show Tangle yet. Oh, Tangle got nerfed to the ground. Tangle is not. It's still usable, but it's not nearly as good. I actually hope for fixed moves, boots rather than sprinting. Well, the thing is, right? If you have this, you know what's gonna happen with this belt. So this belt, if you guys didn't see, it gains bonuses from socketed items as though it was on a specific piece of gear, and it increases the effect of socketed items, right? So what's gonna happen is the belt with the boot slot is gonna be astronomical because everybody's gonna put the movement speed ones on this, and you're gonna zoom. Imagine you have 55% movement speed on your boots, then you also use this and use a horror, like what was it, essence of horror on it to get like I don't even know what the percentage is on this. Like you're gonna get some crazy movement speed. You're gonna actually crazy movement speed. Fufu, unfortunately, there's no drops right now. So I'm expecting people to just like their movement speed is gonna go to the moon this next patch. Do you think Flicker Monk is viable? Oh yeah, definitely. Flicker Monk is gonna be viable for sure. Not the one that I made, but Flicker in general didn't get changed at all. Are those charms inside the belts 100% uptime? What do you mean charms? These are sockets. These are not for charms. These are sockets. So you put like, like a rune in there or like a soul core or whatever. Lightning Strike still the best clear. Oh, Lightning Spear. No, Lightning Spear got nerfed. Is Poison's Concoction viable again? No. They completely changed how the concoction skills work. They're no longer attack skills, they're supporting skills. I was excited to play Monk. Dude, the unarmed stuff is so cool. There's just base crit nerf or not? Wait, what about base crit? I say unarmed nodes be better. Better be there. Is a small cluster near quarter side really stuck? Yeah, they better add more unarmed nodes. I agree. Let's see. Existing simulacrum, beach stones, and audience for kings can be right-clicked to grant 100 splinters. Arbiter boss fight is now a static difficulty with infinite portals. Previously, only infinite portals appeared at difficulty 0. Rewards for this fight now match the previous difficulty 4 rewards. Okay, so Arbiter of Ash Interesting. So you're gonna have infinite revives on Arbor of Ash, basically at tier 4. Huh. But they have Uber Arbiter. I wonder if Uber Arbiter is gonna have revives. And like how hard is Uber Arbiter? Because this looks like this is non-Uber version. Uber Arbiter, I think, is gonna be like some crazy ass shit. This opens up Prism of Belief. Yeah, and speaking of which, because they changed up how the skill tree works, right? Like how many nodes there are on the skill tree, like we can see a lot of the socketed, like the unique jewels, like Metamorphosis jewel and stuff like that, be a lot more useful because this is gonna have a lot more nodes nearby for you to take. So that's super awesome. Because we were talking about that before about the jewel slots and how like they're kind of like useless this league for like a lot of the unique jewels. So they didn't end up adding more sockets. They didn't add more sockets back. As you can see, right? There's 1, 2, 3, and there's one more right there. And you can see on this one, there is 1, 2, 3, and one right there. So they didn't add any sockets, but they added a lot more actual nodes to make the stuff a lot more useful. And the crazy thing is, they did not nerf jewels, I think. They did not nerf Against the Darkness. ATDs are gonna go wild this patch. Like, I think, I mean, every patch is an ATD patch. Every patch so far has been an ATD patch where you're farming ATDs for money. But this season specifically, I think, is like even more insane. Sapphires are stronger now with a smaller mod pool, yeah. Map boss Atlas passives have been adjusted. Okay. Okay, the Uber Virgin Arbor Ash fight, which relies on new calamity fragments and access, these are obtained from blah blah. Yeah, so they didn't tell us how hard Uber Arbiter is gonna be. All we know is that I think it's gonna be harder than Tier 4 Arbiter. Sprinting is added? Yeah, sprinting's in the game. They also added the Abyss Timeless Jewels. Oh my god. When I saw that, all three of us, me, Rabbit, and Cal, we were just like, oh no, not like this, bro. Like, the thing is, I don't know about you guys. I don't like the timeless jewels with the freaking like seeds on them to like change all the stuff around it. I think they're just way too complex for most people to understand. Like having to like pull up a little like I don't know seed calculator or whatever to see like what's good and what's not. That's just I don't like that at all. I don't like that. If you don't want to interact with it, just don't get it. But the thing is, if you want, like, some builds are just gonna be like, you're gonna need it. Especially as a build maker, I like, it's something that I'm gonna need to learn, and there's gonna be a lot of people who are gonna want to play a build that I make, right? And they're just gonna be like, "How do I do this? Can you explain to me how this works?" I bought one of your jewels, but like, it's garbage. What's going on? I can already see that already happening. Like every other stream, somebody's gonna come in and be like, "Hey, yo, I spent like money on your jewel and it's complete trash. It doesn't work." I can already see it happening. And then like it's gonna be in the comments too. Like people are gonna all over the comments like, yo, what's going on, man? How's this work? What's my pick for the start? I'm thinking I'm starting Chayula Monk. Okay, the mysterious anomalies are really cool. Like those are like the Uber bosses. I really like that. I'm really glad they added Uber bosses. It actually gives you more goals on the map than just like either running maps or pinnacles. That is gonna be so fun. Going unarmed monk. I think a lot of people are. Yeah, there's no new class. Items that have a maximum of 2 sockets now have a very low chance of generating with 3 sockets with high tier maps. Items found at very high level areas can have random quality up to 30%. Quality currency cannot apply more than 20%. So this is like the exquisite items, right? This is the exquisite items, which is pretty cool. Like, exquisite items are really pricey. I don't know how rare they're gonna be. It says they're very low chance. But damn, exquisite items are gonna be so expensive. We want to see if you play Merc. Can you get 30% quality and an extra socket? I am inclined to say no. I don't know, but I am inclined to say no. First time I actually want them to drop New Scene Repo 2. So, okay, the other thing is about like block, right? Block did not get nerfed per se because everybody now has what is it called? Turtle Charm. Which is kind of insane. Everybody now has Turtle Charm. Turtle Charm is base for block. So like the percentage for block got nerfed slightly, but like the usability and effectiveness of block is like way better. What's Turtle Charm? You can block anything. So in the past, you couldn't block slams and like AoE moves on the ground. Now you can block those. And in addition to that, they also increased base survivability, or not base survivability, but so one of the reasons why block was completely necessary for warriors in the past was because armor and HP was just like really, really bad, right? But now that they've added elemental, like physical damage taken as like physical defense also applies to elemental, so armor also applies to elemental damage. That's another layer of defense that we didn't have before. So is it going to make up for the reduction in block percentage? I don't know. But we do have more area. We do have more layers of defense now. What's a good League starter? I think Essence Drain Contagion is going to be very good. Essence Drain Contagion Lich is probably still going to be very good. Let's see. Detailed Records Expedition notable passive now plus. Okay, I don't really care about that. He approaches notable passive now revive minions for rituals altars at a 40% chance to increase to magic rare upgrade from 20%. No longer causes ritual favors in your map to have 30% increased chance to have an audience with the king. Okay, that makes sense. Because there's no more audience with the king. Dude, essence rework, also huge. Also ginormous. Making the lower tier, making the essence work like PoE 1 essences, huge. And then I think there's also chaos essences as well. That's what I wanted. Yeah, it's huge. It's actually huge. Being able to choose what specific line you get from your essences is just so big. And like I can really see it while you're like going through the campaign, you drop an essence and you're like, oh shit, this essence is gonna be upgrading my damage by so much on my weapon. And you just like slap it on a random weapon, right? Like that is gonna be big. Unique strongboxes now have their own unique minimap icons. Add a minimap icon to the Rain Festival Beetle. Delwyn no longer appears aside from Asmerian Wisps in the campaign. Can you just get rid of Asmerian Wisps because they're garbage, please? Or at least make them better. Skill and persistent buffs now sell to vendor for their gold base on their level and quality. Hooded one can no longer be placed in your hideout. You're still able to identify him within in towns. Doriani will continue to serve as you're identifying items in your hideout. Certain boss arena entrances no longer have a teleport for party members to enter after the fight started. They can just walk in. You're now able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control when selecting a character. Oh, interesting. You can now use checkpoints to warp to the waypoint in an area as well as other checkpoints. Oh, nice. Being able to warp to a waypoint is nice. Omen's now stacked to a stack of 10. That's good. Orb of Chance is new 3D art. Okay. Uncut skill, support, reservation gems can now be traded through the currency exchange. Oh my goodness. Thank God. Again, I still want these to be able to be bought from the shops, but being able to actually get these from currency exchange is like a huge W. Now, granted, you know, they have asynchronous trade now, which also makes things better, but I think currency exchange is smoother than asynchronous change or asynchronous trade. As Mary Spirit should just activate it, then go to the nearest rare minion. They were too slow in last season. Oh, 100%. They should just work like Tormented Spirits in PoE 1. Let's be real. There's only one elemental weakness? Yeah. Isn't it suck for us SF players still? Yeah. That's why I want them to put it in the shop. Because this solves, like, this helps out with trade, but SSF is still struggling. Let's see here. So there's sprint. There is... So no longer able to socket multiple copy the same skill gem. I mean, that's fine, honestly. It does suck for some builds, but overall, it shouldn't be affecting too many builds. Attribute on all equipment has been lowered, particularly end game. So I was talking about this on the podcast as well. The attribute requirements for equipment and skill gems being lowered is nice, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be that big of a difference. We're probably still going to be running into attribute issues because they have added so many more nodes on the tree that it just means that we're going to be speccing into attributes less. So, like, in reality, right? Even though it's like, oh, wow, they've lowered the attribute requirements. Yay. We can be a little more flexible, right? We're also probably just going to have less attributes overall because we're going to be speccing into these nodes a lot more. Not sure how good sprint is going to be. I think sprint is a band-aid fix. Is Titan the only class unchanged? No, Witch Hunter also got unchanged. I don't know what else was unchanged, though. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 4 seconds and grants all fire damage against the enemy, including the hit that applied flammability, a chance to ignite the enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Oh, interesting. So ignite got completely reworked. So I'm wondering if flammability stacks. Like if I do 10 damage, right? If I do 100 damage, it gives a certain amount of flammability. Can I hit it with 10 damage 10 times to make it reach the same as 100? I'm assuming it works that way because it would be weird if it doesn't. It stacks? Okay. So you basically never ignite on the first hit inherently? No, because it says that it includes the hit that applied flammability. So you have a really big first hit, then you have a really high chance of igniting. So right now, instead of like a chance to ignite, if the bigger hit you have, the more, I mean, it still kind of worked like that in the past, but like right now, even more so than before, the bigger hit your initial hit is, the more likely that hit is going to be applying ignite. Okay, next plan. Multiple hits of the stability stack independently, meaning that a target being hit frequently or hard enough will consistently have 100%. Okay, got it. So yeah, it does stack. Effects on which don't hit but ignite targets as though they did, like Incinerate and Ignited Ground, also inflict flammability, but are not able to ignite targets until the target has 100% flammability? Huh? So, like, if you have a patch of ignited ground and it just doesn't do that much damage, you're not going to ignite the enemy? That's so weird. That's so weird. Is it hella magnitude? Yeah, but the thing is, usually ignited ground does not have that much magnitude. It doesn't do, like, that much damage to the enemies. Unless they're like, I mean, ignited ground, let's be real, it did do a lot of damage, but it's not crazy to the point where you just instantly get ignited anymore. Yeah, it's so weird. That is, I don't know about that one. I feel like this should be still the same as before. If you have like Incinerate or Ignited Ground, it should still just 100% ignite enemies. Incinerate has a lot of magnitude. Yeah, Incinerate I don't think I'm worried about. It's more about Ignited Ground. That's weird. Like, for example, right? Let's take a look at the boots. That give Ignite. What is it called? Birth of Fury, right? So this one ignites based off of your maximum HP. This never did that much ignite damage. So is it just gonna be like you're gonna have these and like they're just not gonna ignite the enemy? You also said good morning. Now, granted, right? I think damage-wise, it's still gonna be the same. Because when you step on ignited ground, you're only ignited while you're on it, right? And then you don't get, when you step off it, you're not ignited anymore. So it's not that you don't take the damage from it. It's just that you don't get ignited. So you're still going to take full damage from this, but like, I guess they're just not going to get ignited. That's just like weird. That's like a weird thought. Is it nerf to the fire whirlwind build? Oh, fire whirlwind build I think is dead. Because Incinerate doesn't make ignited ground anymore. So Mount can't sprint? Well, so they changed it so that Roas have a base 15% increased movement speed now. They killed Galvanic Shard, one bolt. Okay, so here's the thing, right? With Galvanic Shard, and some people did math on this apparently, and they said Galvanic Shard's fine. It's actually better than before. So here's the thing, right? So Galvanic Shard, it has only one bolt, but the thing is, right? And I don't play crossbow, so I can't say this like with like 100% confidence. It's just that people who do play crossbow tell me this. At the end game, reloading is basically non-existent. It doesn't matter, right? So, because they made a change to crossbows where reload doesn't slow you down anymore, in reality, if you have enough attack speed to make reload basically non-existent, this basically means that it's basically the same before. It's pretty much the same as before. It just does more damage now. Is it a mana cost? Wait, does galvanic shards not cost mana per shot? It's mana per whatever per reload. I see. But the thing is, right? They also what is it called? They balance mana. I don't know how much it's they balance. Like, is it enough, right? But they did say right here the mana growth of all skills have been balanced. Generally speaking, skills that have a similar mana cost at low levels, potentially higher mana cost at some intermediate, but lower costs at gem level 20 and higher. So they rebalanced mana, so maybe that's gonna be fine. I don't know. Was I impressed by the block changes? Yeah, it seems pretty cool. Everything having like turtle charm is pretty cool. So maybe it's gonna be fine. We'll see what they do with the mana stuff, but maybe it's gonna be fine. That's all I can say. Until we get it in the game and we see the numbers, it's hard to say. Let's see. Okay. When holding down the dodge roll, you get to sprint. Okay, sockets, attribute requirements, fire damage. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. Okay. These changes do not affect how ignite itself functions or is calculated once it's been applied. Okay. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting to enemies. Okay, that's fine. Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-player by default. Previously 4. It still lasts 4 on players. Okay. Oh, I thought this was when I was looking at this when they were talking about it on the stream. I thought this was crossbow specific, but it looks like this is just across the board. But from 2 seconds to 8 seconds? Holy. Chills on any target are now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30. Huh. So does that mean that you can't apply chill unless the magnitude is above 30? So it's going to be harder to chill enemies now, is what I'm reading off of this. Which is kind of like makes sense, because like if you like sneeze on an enemy, you shouldn't be able to chill them. Overflow effects on life, mana, energy shield can now overflow the maximum up to 1.5 times to 2 times. Oh, overflow got nerfed. Overflow got nerfed hard. I don't know if it's hard, but it got nerfed. Interesting. Life stun chance of less than 15% is treated by 0. Okay. But previous described as less than 10%, but actually less than 20% for monsters being stunned and less than 12% for players. Did they touch Wind Dancer? No, they didn't. At least from what I remember. Elemental exposure now has 50% less effect on magic monsters, 30% less effect on rare monsters, 50% less effect on unique monsters. Interesting. Unarmed attacks have a base crit chance of 5. Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for 15 seconds. Player uses 30. Oil ground duration is now fresh when it catches on fire. Gaining guard while you already have guard, no longer replacing the existing one. If the new amount you gain would be lower than what you had. Instead, the duration of the existing guard buff is extended. Okay, that's good. Ice crystals now instantly shatter from hits that would consume freeze. Adding a new mechanic called Elemental Infusion. This one was really cool, right? Some skills to create elemental infusions that can be picked up to grant the infusion. Other skills can consume them and get bonuses. That was really cool. Again, we're going to see how this is actually going to play out when implemented and done in practice, but it seems really cool. Didn't they reveal a support that LE res inverts, i.e. insane? Yes, they did. It is insane. So we have the blocking stuff here. Raise, shield, and parry now require you to face the enemies that hitting you rather than the direction from which the hit originates. Some monster skills that are directly unclear have been changed to blockable from any direction using this skill. That is weird. Because, like, you could have a situation where, like, so let's say this is the player, right? This is the player. Here is the enemy. The enemy is going to shoot a projectile at you, but then the enemy is going to move over here before the projectile hits you. So instead of blocking in this direction, you're going to block this direction? That's what I'm reading it as. Does magnetism work for infusion? I'm not sure. Probably. Am I understanding this correctly? Ray, shield, parry require you to face the enemy that is hitting you rather than the direction which the hit originates. That's how I read it. And that is very weird. Effects set with a maximum of volatility now properly do so instead of being additive with a default cap of 200. I read it the same way. It doesn't make sense. Yep, and that's super weird. Yeah, it's super weird. I don't know about that one. Accuracy fall-off now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12 meters. The maximum penalty being 90% less accuracy rating at a distance of 9 meters and further. Previously, there was no maximum, and 14 meters you had 100% less accuracy rating. Okay, that's good. Player minions now always hit with their attacks. Also good. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectile, even if they were to fire 0. When would that happen? Swapping weapons now instantly. Thank goodness. This is a big change. That's a good one. All charge consuming skills now pause their corresponding charge durations while in use. Elemental damage recouped as life and physical damage. Recouped as life now displayed in the life section of the character panel. Okay, just clarity. Clarify the stun keyword. Okay, more clarity stuff. Updated ice crystal keyword. More clarity stuff and more keywords. Okay, so we have ascendancies, right? Warbringer. The answered call notable passive now provides +1 maximum summon totems. Let's pull up Warbringer, right? Let's compare it. So answered call, this one. So in addition to summoning the ancestral spirits, they also give you +1 totem. Ancestral spirits granted by answered call no longer grant minions from the skill have 1% increase accuracy for 3 dexterity. Instead, minions from the skill now have a 1% increase attack speed for 3 dexterity. Okay, That's good. They attack faster now. That's always good. Great Wolf's Howl has been removed, and Warcaller's Bellow now provides ignore Warcry cooldowns. Yeah, so that one got, these two got merged, basically. These two got merged, and these two nodes are gone. Renly's notable passive now gains 35% base block chance from equipped shield instead of the shield's value previously 40. Okay. Turtle Charm no longer grants 25% less block chance and can block damage from all hits while shield is not raised. Yeah, so okay. So when people are saying block, I mean, okay, granted, it looks like there's a lot less opportunities to get block chance. Like block chance getting it higher is harder, right? But we now just get global Turtle Charm. Because Turtle Charm always brought block down to 50%. Oh wait, no, but that was not the maximum. I see. Okay. That was not the maximum. Because it just brought it down, but you could still get it up to 75% maximum. Instead now it provides 30% damage you take from block hints, and maximum block chance is 75. Stat Stacker Warbringer. What do you think about the changes? This class would be a good start for the new league. It's hard to say at the moment, but I think Lich, Essence Drain Contagion is going to be very, very good. I don't know what's the best, but I know that is going to be very good. Damage over time, Chaos Dot, Lich is going to be very good league start. Do you prefer Acrobatics the old way or Acrobatics but capped at 50% evasion? This is the block change. I mean, if everybody gets Acrobatics, if all evasion is gets Acrobatics, I don't think that's necessarily bad. If everybody gets Acrobatics as a base, I think that's pretty pog. And is Acrobatics capped at 75%? I know this season Acrobatics was really bad. This season Acrobatics was really bad. But in the past seasons, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, Acrobatics does not cap you. And you also take less damage from blocked hits. Acrobatics does not give that to you. It doesn't necessarily work the same because Acrobatics, it doesn't like make you take less damage. You either get hit or you don't. If Acrobatics made it so that you can dodge everything and also take less damage when you get hit, I think that's pretty good. I mean, that's the whole thing with Deflect right now, right? Deflect is basically adding in block for evasion. That's basically what Deflect does. Oh yeah, right now Acrobatics is garbage. The minus 75%, less 75% less is still garbage. If you want to play Acrobatics, you play Hyri's Ire. But what I'm saying is that Acrobatics going down to 15%, but then you receive 30%, like less, you receive less damage from the hits that you take. I think that's pretty good. I think that's fine. It's basically, again, it's basically the same as what they did right now with Deflect. So it's like basically if you got Acrobatics but also had Deflect on top of it, that's totally fine. How's less damage from hits? When you block, you take less damage. All right? You see that's damage. Oh yeah. So because you avoid damage completely with Acrobatics, but receive less damage from blocked hits. Let's see. Let me think about this. So if acrobatics was 50%, it's just so hard to like compare as well. Again, as a dex character, you're like way squishier than an armor character. It's like it's not a 1-to-1. It's not a 1-to-1. Because on a dex character, if you do end up getting hit with the 50%, right, then that's really bad. But with an armor character, if you get hit, it's not as bad as being a full evasion character. I think that if I were to have acrobatics on an armor character, that's totally fine. Yeah, if I had acrobatics on an armor character, that's totally fine. Acrobatics with a 50% cap on an armor character, yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's completely fine. And yeah, block also has like gain on life and stuff like that too. Yeah, it's but even if it didn't, it's totally fine. If you made acrobatics and gave it to an armor character and they had 50% chance to evade, yeah, it's totally fine. You wouldn't mind it if they moved Turtle Charm to notable like acrobatics? Well, Turtle Charm is now base across all characters now. You don't need to spec into Turtle Charm to get the effects of Turtle Charm. Turtle Charm is just now base block. Like blocked, every character that wears a shield automatically has Turtle Charm now. Is there a link to new passive tree? No, there's no new passive tree yet. They have not released it. We have an image of this, but that's about it. Okay, stacks of Jade, no heritage, notable passive, no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. Huh. Interesting. I never used this, so I don't know how good that is. Ancestral Spirits from the Answered Call have been improved. They now appear faster and start using skills sooner. Was that the problem with them in the past? I don't know. I've never used this. I just know they were garbage. I don't know what was the problem with them. Like, now they appear faster, start attacking sooner, and have higher attack speed. There's so much changes? Yeah, there really are. Am I going to buy one of the support packs? Oh, yeah, for sure. It's hard to say what's class going to be meta, though. It's hard to me to say. Because, like, we don't have the skill tree yet. I think Deadeye is still going to be very good. If one thing is consistent, it's that Deadeye is always very good. Jade Hulk no longer charges, instead using Warcry to buff allies and to have 50% increased damage. And their leak style is improved. Jadecaster has spell casting range increase, pitting Jade Storm, and now has area effect increase, and the delay between it forming and exploding is reduced. Ancestral Horn buff and Horn Sniper have their area effect and duration increase. The Turtle Aura has its area effect increase. Yeah, I mean, it seems like these Jade, like, these spirits seem pretty decent. I don't know. We'll see. Smith Katava nerfs across the board, right? I mean, I think Smith Katava deserved it. Manifest Weapon granted by Living Weapon no longer grants minions of the skill have increased out. That's just the accuracy stuff. Smith Katava was way overpowered. Sphere Solars might be usable. Yeah, it might be. I totally thought Deadeye was the frenzy stuff was gonna get nerfed, but apparently it didn't, which I think is crazy. Gemini Legionnaire, Advanced Thaumaturgy, notable passive skill no longer grants 30% of the less skill cost, or gems have 30% more accuracy requirement. It now grants this buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power, frenzy, or endurance charge every 8 seconds. The type of charge generated is determined by accuracy requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement or total skill gems, the more likely you'll generate endurance charges, higher total dexterity, blah, 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 blah. That, sure, okay. I mean, this was kind of useless before. People didn't use it. And I don't know if people are going to use this. Gem Stud Nodal Passive no longer grants. You can use each type of supported gem additional time. Instead, now provides for each color of socketed gem that is most numerous. Gain, red, hits against you have no critical damage bonus. Blue, skill have 30% less cost. Green, 40% less movement speed penalty from using skills using while moving. Interesting. So this is really good for. This is pretty decent for survivability, but not great for damage. This is kind of useless unless you're using like because depending on how they balance the mana stuff, right? People didn't really use this that much in the past. Like, I don't see why they would use this. I mean, it's going to be a passive that they get for free, I guess. But then this is going to be the big one if you're using it. And that's like, what does the Pathfinder one give you? 50% less. I mean, it's still good. This is going to be still good for like run and gun stuff. I mean, I don't know. It feels like Gemling is still fine. So instead of getting... So you still have... So what is it? Advanced Thaumaturgy, right? That one? I don't think Gemling got touched, really. To be honest, you're probably still going to go up here and you're still going to go up there. Like, I don't think that's changing. Unless you go for here, right? I heard this node is not bad either. But I think most people are still going to go up here and go up here. Oh yeah, like survivability-wise, the first one is fine. It's good. But it's just a matter of like, are you really like... For softcore, do you really care about it, I guess? They changed the worst ones and they're still bad. So basically, they just changed the ones that are bad, right? And just changed them up. It's like, maybe not bad, but like the less used ones. I think most people went up here and most people went up here. And nobody touched this and rarely anybody touched that. Because again, I heard this one's pretty decent, but I don't remember any Gemling ever using that. Will it cancel a giant penalty they put on the Season 1 Gemling skill? This one? No. I don't think Gemling will be any better. Yeah, probably not. Use it to play Gemling Flicker Strike? I didn't play Gemling Flicker Strike. I played Invoker. So, Tactician, Cannon's Ready notable skill now provides +1 to the maximum number of summoned totems. Okay. Right where we want them. Now grants projectile damage pins. The Polish that gear notable passive now provides gain deflection rating equals okay. Suppressing fire now provides 40% more immobilization buildup. Okay. Supporting fire no longer grants minions from the skill have 1% increased accuracy rating. Now it has increased area effect. Death from above now deals approximately 3 times more damage. I mean, maybe death from above is going to be usable. I don't know. There's no limit on the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second instead of you can place multiple banners. Okay, banners. Causes your totems to grant embarkment aura to players when placed, which grant different effect depending on the variety of totem. Ancestral Warrior, 40% glory buildup. Immobilization buildup. Dark Effigy, increased damage over time. Oh, ooh, that's kind of interesting. But it's only increased, which is like not that great. 50% damage gained as fire is kind of poggers. Okay, kind of whatever. I mean, if you have a pin siege build, this seems okay, but again, it's increased. Shockwave totem, increased area effect. I could see this one potentially being interesting if you're playing totems. But like overall, I still don't really see Tactician as being much better. Like I see it being better for sure. It's buffs, and I think it's good buffs, but I still don't know if it's gonna be like popular. It's gonna be better, and I think there's like specific things specifically around like totems that you could potentially make the build work around. Yeah, like the mortar cannon is pretty good, right? I think Dark Effigy is not bad if you're using a dot build. Shockwave totem could be interesting, especially with the less in area effect stuff that we have in the tree. And again, if you're playing some pin siege ballista stuff, maybe that would be good. What's Deadeye looking at a nerf for survive? It's definitely survived. So Avidity notable passive no longer grants 30% chance to gain maximum frenzy charges. Now it's just you can get a +1 at a 50% chance, right? So it's just like worse. What is it? Whatever eggs that it's called. It's like snake egg or something like that. Serpent's egg, right? Yeah, it's just worse serpent's egg. This one's like interesting. So this makes it so enemies around you are marked, and it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies, which could be pretty interesting for clear, right? But it just depends on how fast the enemies are marked around you. If they're marked, like if it's like blasphemy and just like everything around you gets marked like instantly, basically, that could be pretty interesting and pretty strong. But if that's not the case, if it's just like every 1 second you put one mark on an enemy, that does not sound very good. Let's see. Eagle Eye's notable passive no longer removes the distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, applies 20 stacks of weight critical weakness to enemies that when you consume a mark on them. Now that's pretty dang good. You put a sniper's mark on an enemy, you shoot it at it, and it gets like 20% critical weakness. That seems pretty strong. That seems pretty dang strong. So I think that the overall mapping prowess with frenzy charges got nerfed. But I do think that Deadeye is about as strong as they were before, and maybe a little bit better with single target. Blood Mage, Temporalis, Auto Bomber, probably still OP. I believe it. Ritualist. So this one got removed, and this also grants sacrifice skill. Okay. Wildwood Presence grants 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing reserve life. Ritualist didn't really get changed. Ritualist stayed the same. Ritualist is still just going to be the same as before. Amazon got nerfed significantly. Going unarmed viable right now? Probably only as monk, or like using the unarmed node with quarterstaff. You're probably only using unarmed with this. But yeah, this seems viable. This seems very good. Lightning Spear again? No, Lightning Spear not again. Now, this one I was pretty disappointed by. Pathfinder is looking kind of sussy. I think that with the concoctions, they are looking... I don't like what they did with concoctions. Concoctions are basically now a support skill. So it's like whenever you apply an ailment to an enemy, that concoction just increases the effect of that ailment, basically. And I'm not gonna lie. I just want concoction skills to be a damage skill. I don't know why they're doing this. What do you think about Whirling Slash? It doesn't seem too nerfed. Oh no, it doesn't seem nerfed at all. The only nerf that got for Whirling Slash was the Ignite version. The other versions are still very good. Is it unarmed or a skin because you still need quarterstaff? It's fully unarmed. It's fully unarmed. You're not able to use the quarterstaff. It says can attack as though using a quarterstaff. So you don't get the bonuses of your staff. Peacock will never be great again. Nope. Wonder how long Jonathan will take to backtrack the whole combo vision. I don't think he's going to backtrack it, to be honest. I just think that this, like, they really need to be super thoughtful about the combo stuff because some of the combo stuff is interesting, but some of them is not so great. Can you equip Quiver? No. I like how they do the sword. Yeah, some of the combo stuff is really fun, like the sword stuff. It seems really cool. What do you think about time loss jewels? I didn't hear you mention it in the podcast. The time loss jewels I think are going to be way stronger this season. Time loss jewels are going to be super strong. You're probably going to be seeing multiple time loss jewels on every build, is my guess. Which is the website that shows the upcoming passive tree? We don't have it yet. There are combos that automated in the end game. Let's see here. So we did Deadeye. I've seen Invoker. I think Elemental Expression, granted by Scatter Them to the Wind. Noble passive now deals this amount of damage. Previously this. Oh, so it's just like damage buffs. Okay. And Meditate got buffed. %24 more energy shield recharge rate. So Meditate got buffed as a skill, but over the overflow of energy shield got nerfed. So I kind of think that it's an overall, it might be an overall nerf. What build are you gonna go? It's hard to say right now. I'm leaning towards Acolyte of Chayula, Unarmed Monk. It was never about recharge rate, yeah. So it's an overall nerf. Will Whirling Slash Incinerate still work? Sadly, no. Incinerate doesn't create ignited ground anymore. Okay, Akla Chayula now grants Leech recovers based off of chaos damage as well as physical damage. Lucid Dreaming no longer provides any benefits itself. Instead, is now a multi-choice notable with the following choices. Choice of life. All flames of Chayula you manifest are red. Choice of mana. All flames of Chayula you manifest are blue. Or choice of power. All flames of Chayula manifest are purple. Oh, interesting. What were the effects of it again? Yeah, we gotta reroll Chayula. Chayula seems kind of nutty. I'm not gonna lie. Into the Breach. So 7% leech with your maximum life, 7% leech of mana, 7% damage as extra damage. Like, you're just gonna go purple every time. You're just gonna go purple. So Lucid Dreaming. Which one's Lucid Dreaming? This one. Into the Breach, Lucid Dreaming. Okay. Into the Breach skill granted by Walking Dream notable passive now grants remnant spawned by supported skills have increased area effect. The Grasp of the Void notable passive has been changed to Illusory Void and no longer requires Embrace the Darkness. It no longer provides gain extra damage, chaos damage for unreserved. Instead, grants a new skill Void Illusion. That was like the whole like roll thing that they had. It was pretty cool looking, but I don't know if it's very good in practice. Embrace Darkness skill. Okay. Inner Silence. No longer grants 50% reduce. I don't care about Darkness. I think Darkness is still kind of garbo. But this one is the one that's cool, right? Ravenous Doubts is so where's Ravenous Doubts? Oh, this one. Okay. Okay. Reality Rending. Where's Reality Rending? This one. Okay. So, ooh, that's gonna be tough, right? Because in an ideal world, I would want to get this, and then I would want to get this in addition to that, but that's not possible. So, because I would use this one to get only purples, and that would be insane. But I think in reality, this is probably the go for Chayula Monk now. Reality Rending. Wait, which one's Reality Rending again? Oh, wait, hold up. So Reality Rending notable no longer grants a chance to gain a percentage of blah, now grants a leech based off of chaos damage as well as physical damage. Ravenous Doubts is renamed to Inner Turmoil. Okay. So Ravenous Doubts. Wait, which one? Sorry. So this one's Ravenous Doubts, right? So that one doesn't give leech anymore. Consuming Questions is still the same. Yeah, so this is what I'd be getting probably. Can I explain how to scale damage with an unarmed monk? So unarmed monk is gonna be what is it called? It's gonna be doing a lot of so the gems themselves, the gem skill level gives you physical damage. Is what unarmed monk scales their damage off of. You're gonna use that to get your physical damage, and then you're gonna scale off of crit chance, crit damage. You still need to gather the spirits, yeah. That's probably what I'm gonna go. The thing that I'm thinking about right now is like how much extra chaos damage am I gonna get, and am I gonna be able to get enough to like do this? Because the other thing is like, I mean, my assumption is I'm probably gonna be using what is it called? We're probably gonna be using Original Sin. Because we're probably gonna be using like Ice Strike or something like that for our main damaging ability. And then we're going to be using Original Sin to convert all elemental damage to chaos. That's my guess for like the direction where I'm going to go. But we'll see. Okay, but Chayula looks really solid, guys. Chayula looks really solid. Unfortunately, it doesn't look as good as I thought originally because we can't get this. But maybe there's a world where I don't use consuming questions and I go here. But with the nerfs to like Eternal Youth, I feel like I'm gonna probably want to use consuming questions. Unarmed should work with all melee attacks, not just quarterstaff skills. I wish. All right, Blood Mage. Small passive skills required to Ascendancy has been removed. So here's the thing, right? I was looking at Blood Mage on the podcast today, and I'm not sure how strong this is going to be compared to ignoring monster armor. I feel like ignoring a monster armor is just always going to be better than this. Because like 40% of charges, right? What is the maximum amount of charges you can get on a thing is like 80, right? So 40% of 80 is like what, 32%? So you're gonna get like 32% extra damage as Fizz, which I don't know if it really cancels out like ignoring monster armor. Armor is useless anyways. Yeah, it just depends on how much armor the monster has. You can also get armor break, maybe. Maybe. Like, I think that this is a rebalance rather than a direct nerf or a direct buff. Because, like, you know, you have, like, the thing where it's, like, when like, there's a support gem that lets you break armor with bleeds, right? I forget what it's called. Rupture? Oh, wait, no. I don't think there was this one. Yeah, I think I'm misremembering. Can you leech elemental off elemental instead of new keystone? Yeah, you can. You can. You're also Henri. Take blood matching and 2 life flasks. Yeah, but you'd have to use the belt with it. And I feel like they're gonna fix the belt bug where you can use, you know, you can have 2 life flasks in your thing, but then you can take off the belt and still use the 2 life flasks for that. I think they're gonna fix that. Podcast during the day, stream at night going strong. Yeah, there's a lot of content, man. There's a lot of content and a lot of things to do. Okay. Instead, now grants enemies affected or curse have 15% life reserved. I wonder if it's like you just put it on blasphemy and all enemies just automatically have 15% less life. I think that's probably how it's gonna work. It's kind of crazy. Infernal Hound, granted by the Loyal Hellhound, now ignites enemies within 2.5 meters. Okay. Pyromantic Pact now grants Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana, previously equal mana, but causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the past 2 seconds. Previously 50%. Okay. Demon Form is now just better, right? No longer grants level of skill while in demon form or increased spell damage for demon flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage. Okay, per demon flame, and quality now provides increased cast speed. This is kind of pog. 3% more spell damage for Demon Flame. That sounds really good. It's now a more multiplier instead of an increased multiplier. And the levels doesn't matter because you can use a weapon now, right? So you can use like a staff, and then that'll give you plus level of spells on your staff. You still need 4 points of the scaling part? Yeah, that does suck. What am I looking at playing first? Potentially Chayula Monk. Unarmed Chayula Monk. Yeah, this is crazy. Demon form is probably coming in strong again. I mean, I think there's also a world where you play like Demon form, Essence Drain, Contagion could be pretty decent as a league starter too. Hype is the Poe killer. Also, they're bringing Blink Arrow over. Makes me want to play Bama. I don't think they're bringing Blink Arrow because the illusion it uses skills and it's not really a blink. But yeah, I know what you mean. So Dominion over Flesh has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. Grants your curses now have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hex-proof enemies. I feel like that's a nerf. That feels like a nerf to me. Eldritch Empowerment, notable passive, no longer provides non-channeling spells, cost an additional 3% of maximum energy shield. Non-channeling spells do 30% more damage, or spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Instead, it now provides spell deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice maximum of 5% energy shield when you cast a spell, and sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. So it's just for now, basically, what it is it's more energy shield sacrificed, but it now is global. So not just non-channeling spells, but global. Which honestly, it's kinda okay, but like not many people use channeling spells anyway, so I feel like it's kind of an overall nerf. The price of power notable now no longer grants non-channeling spell consume a power charge if able to deal 25% more damage. Instead now provides spells consume a power charge if able to deal 40%. Oh. So basically, you want to be able to do power charges and use this to make up for, like, yeah, I don't know. I feel like Lich got an overall nerf, actually. I was meant to go Chayula. Now that you're going, if you play Chayula, what's going to happen to my hate watching? We'll see what happens, man. I don't know if I'm going to end up going Chayula or not. We'll see. Chronomancer. Flood of Echoes no longer grants the Unleash skill. It grants Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a proportion of the damage they take from your hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the debuff duration expires, they take that stored damage again all at once. My question, right? I don't know. I've never played like Chrono at the end game. Does debuff duration tick down when time freeze is active? Be like DM, play them all. Quicksand Hourglass notable passive no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50. Oh yeah, no, this one was weird. I mean, it's strong, but like when you're at 1% cast speed, it's gonna be poop. And then when you're at 60% cast speed, it's gonna feel great. That's the thing that I don't like. Like the changing feels and timings. Yeah, but this one, if freeze time makes the debuff duration just like, actually, let me see, right? I think, actually, no, it probably doesn't show. Yeah, we'll have to see. Storm Weaver looks really strong. How much did 0.3 cook? It cooked everything to goddamn crisp. It's so crispy. It's crazy. No, point 3 went hard. It went really hard. Elemental Equilibrium has been redesigned, causes infusion elements, so you create to be random elements. Eternal Youth. This one I didn't get. I think there's a typo on this one. Eternal Youth no longer causes your life flask to recover energy shield instead, and now causes your life flask to have 50% less recovery. Like, huh? Huh? That's just... Why would you ever take Eternal Youth if that's the case? I mean, I guess you get the life recharges instead of energy shield. But, like, what recharges life? I guess maybe it's, like, recoup? Like, what recharges life? Like, what... that's my question, right? What recharges life in the game? Is there a PoE? No. Like, other than flasks, what recharges life? Oh. Life recharges instead of... Okay, sorry. I misread that one. So, life recharges instead of energy shield. And then, okay, so basically you're never going to take this as an energy shield character anymore. Right? You don't want to take this as an energy shield character. Because, like... So basically, Eternal Youth. I'm gonna pull up a notepad, right? Just to make this straight, right? So basically, Eternal Youth now says life recharges instead of energy shield, and then the second line is now your life flasks have 50% less recovery. Okay, that's the new one. The old one was your life recharges instead of energy shield, and then it's what is it? Your life recovery from flask applies energy shield instead. So this is the bottom one is the old one, the top one is the new one, right? So life recharge is instead of energy shield. So basically, you know how energy shield, like after a couple seconds, it'll just like recharge up, right? So that's applied to your life. Okay? It basically makes it so that your energy shield cannot be recharged. And now your flasks don't recharge your energy shield. So you just don't recharge energy shield. Like your energy shield just never heals unless you're using something to leech energy shield. So you would only use this if you're going a life build, but then building also energy shield recharge. It's not good. It's not good. Why would anybody ever take that? It's garbage. It's not good. Use the Chayula and leech mana, yes. But why? Like, the thing is, like, you don't care about health if you're using ES. If you're using ES and leeching ES, why would you care about your health? This is just a complete garbage node now. What were they thinking over on the balance team? Hollow Palm Tech, let's go. Yeah, no, that's just garbage. That's just now garbage. Giant's Blood is now massive nerf. I don't know, like, I think people are still going to use it, but it's not going to be like everybody is going to use it. Didn't they buff Fireball? They buff Fireball from the staff version, I think. Glancing Blows passive now provides chance to evade is unlucky, and chance to deflect is lucky. So basically what this is saying is that you're going to be evading less, but you're going to be deflecting more. So it basically turns your evasion build kind of into a block build. So it turns your evasion character into a block character, which is kind of, I don't know. I mean, you are going to be able to stack more life now on Dex characters, which is good. So maybe it's not as bad as I thought, but yeah. Wait, what? So basically, right, your chance to evade is unlucky, so you're less likely to evade. Because basically, unlucky means if you roll two numbers, right? Let's say your chance to evade is like 100% chance, so you land the evade on your first one. Like you basically roll the number twice, right? So your first one is, oh, you have a 100% chance to evade, so you succeed the roll, right? And the second one is you have a 40% chance to evade, and you fail the roll. It will choose the failed one over the success. You don't need lucky to deflect. Well, deflect is a chance. So your deflect is a chance. You don't have a, like, you can get up to 100% chance deflect, but your deflect is always a chance. Can you not stack with iron reflexes? Yeah, you can stack with iron reflexes, but iron reflexes makes it so that, let's see, because deflect is based off of your evasion rating, if I remember correctly, and iron reflexes gives you no evasion rating basically because all your evasion goes into armor, so you can't deflect if you have no ability to evade. It depends on how your deflection, like you increase how much DR you can get. I think deflect is a flat 40% damage reduction. So again, basically you can think of deflect as block, right? It makes you take 40% less damage. So basically what this is saying is you're less likely to evade, but you're more likely to block. That's all it is. Which again, for an evasion character is iffy unless you can get it a good enough health pool. Deflect works against hits, which means AoE still murders. AoE are hits though. AoE is a hit. The point of the deflect is to prevent AoEs from killing you. That was the literal point of deflect. You can hear him talk about it here.
Spirit reserve itself to use a skill of your choice. AoE clones of yourself. Of course, one of the other to change still vulnerable to the character's more tanky evasion and unblockable attacks. It doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called deflect.
Yeah, so literally one of the main things he mentioned is the reason for deflect is because of slams. Because you can't evade slams. What isn't a hit? Like, you know, like Ignited Ground isn't a hit, for example. Incinerate isn't a hit, right? Those aren't hits. Resolute technique now grants accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hits cannot be evaded. I mean, again, this sounds. I'm gonna be honest, right? Depending on how things go, we might like it could be like an Amazon angle taking like Falcon Dive into Resolute Technique. Where's Resolute? Oh, Resolute Technique's all the way over here, though. That's a lot of points. But maybe. Or we could anoint Falcon Dive. Right? And then we have Lycosidae on top of it. Not worth too far. I'm thinking about this on a whirling slash build. I'm thinking about this on a whirling slash build. Which honestly, if you're going whirling slash, you're probably going to want to go down here anyways. And if you can do it, go up to here, right? And take the area effects. Like, and then we could do, what is it called, right? We could do a From Nothing for Dance with Death. Actually, I don't think that you can get that. You could probably anoint Falcon Dive, right? You could anoint Falcon Dive and go this way. I mean, you could use Lycosidae on top of it, too. You'd use Lycosidae on top of it. I'm just thinking about, you're just going to make a max zoom character. Remember, you can't use the same 2 skill gems as 0.3? That is true. That is true. Well, you don't have to do it, because you can use, what is it called? You can use... what is it called? Whirlwind Lance. Whirlwind Lance actually gives you a bigger AoE than Whirling Slash. So you start off with Whirling Lance and then pick it up with Whirling Slash. So it doesn't matter. You don't have to have double Whirling Slash set up. You can just use one with Whirling Lance. But yeah, that could go maybe double Lycosidae plus Resolute Technique could be a thing. It could be a thing. We'll see. We'll end up seeing, right? We'll see. I can see it happening. I really can. I'm probably not gonna make it until later though, because it's probably gonna be expensive. / it's probably gonna be what is it called? I don't want to play Spear again. Let's be real. I don't want to play Spear again. Especially not on my first build. Okay, the base scaling of all players' spell and secondary damage skills is scale better late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below have near identical base damage at low level, roughly 5% more damage at level 20, and roughly 20% more damage at level 30. Interesting that they call it out only for spells, too. So like the attack gems kind of didn't really get affected by this. So spell gem scaling is going to be less powerful because, as I was saying earlier, I think going from level 20 to 30 is way more than 20% more damage. Have I said, has your master already said what he wants to start with? I don't know if I want to be called master, but yeah, I'm probably starting Chayula Monk, unarmed Chayula Monk. Flicker? I don't know. We'll see. I need to see what the gems end up looking like, because they're gonna buff certain things and nerf certain things. I think that they haven't, like, there's probably gonna be some ninja buffs and nerfs. Like they're probably gonna do some stealth buffs and nerfs, is my guess. I don't know. But if they don't do anything, then it's probably gonna be Flicker Strike, because like Ice Strike is just kind of poop still. I'm gonna be honest. And they didn't change Flicker, so it might be an unarmed Flicker. But we'll see. But they did kind of nerf like the cast on X. Like, well, I mean, you do have shock on your Flicker build, I guess, right? On the Flicker build. Well, it depends. I guess now that we don't have Voltaic Mark, we might not shock anymore. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll have to see. You think Rake and Bleed will be nerfed? I don't think so. I mean, Rake Blood Hunt got nerfed, but Bleed did not get nerfed. Or not Rake Blood Hunt. Rake Stomping Ground got nerfed, but Bleed didn't get nerfed and Rake didn't get nerfed. Rake Stomping Ground did. You can no longer Rake Stomping Ground. Did Blood Hunt get nerfed? No, Blood Hunt did not get nerfed. That's interesting. Okay, so here we go with like the glory stuff. I am happy. Like, so the glory stuff got changed and buffed. I'm really happy about this. Glory is now just based off of like, so instead of generating glory when you so you generate glory when you attack enemies now. So it seems like glory is no longer based off of heavy stun, which is really nice. Which means that Spear of Solaris is potentially usable now. What did they do to Lightning Spear? So Lightning Spear, they made it so that it chains less, right? It forks less. And then it no longer is able to gain damage with more frenzy charges. So you can't get higher damage. Like, it doesn't consume frenzy charges anymore, basically. So it's a lot weaker. And I'm going to do hand job combat in 0.3. I've been doing that type of content for a while, even before 0.3. You just didn't know it. Okay, banner stuff, I don't care. Curse skills and skills that apply element of exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher than the skill's own level. I didn't even look at this. So basically, they're like, you know what? You guys over here wanting to use these low-level curse skills? Get out of here. You got to use the higher level ones. Now, again, they did adjust mana cost, so hopefully that gets reflected. But, damn. No new class Ascendancy? No. As long as they get rid of attribute requirements. Well, I was saying that earlier, right? So they lowered attribute requirements, But at the same time, because they changed the tree to have more useful nodes, you're going to overall be getting less attributes. So even though they reduce attribute requirements, you're probably going to getting less attributes overall unless you're an attribute stacker. So we'll see how impactful that actually is and whether or not it like scales 1-to-1. Yeah, you can't weapon slot Convalescence or Blink anymore, which sucks. And Sacrifice, which sucks. I don't like this change at all. I'm gonna be honest. I think that it was fun to do it, and I don't think it was OP either. And also, not every build could do it. It's like some builds just had weapon set 2s that they actually used, and because of that, they couldn't do it. But the builds that don't use a second weapon set now kind of just don't have anything to do with that second weapon set anymore. We can sprint now, don't trip. Oh, we're going to trip. We're going to trip a lot while we're sprinting. AFK 50 minutes, hardcore self-bound. You have more chance to get them in sockets in the beginning. They add a lot of summer sockets in the campaign, early maps. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. That's a pretty big nerf to curses. Now, I know that the curses have doubled in efficiency, but I think overall, it basically on unique monsters, some of the curses are the same, but on these ones, the curses are stronger. A bunch of occult weapons? I think there's a couple, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry the channel points are a little busted right now, but here.
You got it set to M for mini, when it should be set to W for Wumbo. It worked!
Okay. Movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that are used while moving now begins to fall slightly more quickly. Oh, okay. The spirit cost of specters have been adjusted so that specters of high spirit cost are generally cheaper, while some of the cheaper specters are now more costly. Okay, so they just like truncated it. Specters and tame beasts are now 25% more damage at all levels. That's pretty good. But I don't know if damage was always the problem with specters. Instant skills such as Avatar are now usable while on Roa. Mark skills are no longer spells. Huge nerf. Huge nerf. Reservation skills that reduce reservation with quality now have increased reservation efficiency with quality instead. So I think it's like basically the same thing. Just different wording. The palm skills now deal damage based on the equipped quarterstaff. They no longer have flat damage added or additional crit strike. Palm skills can no longer be used without a quarterstaff. So basically, I think this makes it so they have higher scaling, but now they're not going to be like uber budget to use. You now have to worry about your weapon, which kind of sucks. Yep, rip chain clear. It was my favorite interaction of 0.2, so I'm sad it's gone. Has ES been hit hard yet? Nope. It's still the same. How do you think the new notable Black Flame that converts everything is going to interact with the Chayula elemental stuff? The Chayula elemental stuff, all it does is it changes ignites to or allows you to ignite with chaos. It shouldn't really affect it too much. It doesn't affect elemental damage. Chayula does not do elemental damage. Chayula still does chaos damage. It's just that it can inflict ignite, shock, and freeze with chaos damage. I assume the Fist Monk node will ignore this. Probably, yeah. I think so. Okay, the totems now use your equipped weapons. They no longer have their own flat damage. Oh, I think that's an overall totem buff, honestly. I think totems might go hard this league. Ancestrally boosted slams now have a 25% increase area effect, previously 20%. We've all fixed a bug where area effect bonus from Ancestral Slam boost was described as multiplicative instead of additive. Falling skills found on hair skills on wands and staves now do 12% more damage. Okay. Ancestral warrior totems now have no limit. I mean, that makes sense because you have to use your endurance charges now to use them. Arc is now a projectile. I think Arc, this is an overall Arc buff. Archmage got a buff as well. Artillery Ballista, Siege Ballista, I think got a slight nerf, if I remember correctly. Yeah, a slight nerf. Ball Lightning can consume a fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end. Explosion now deals 50% more damage against unique enemies. Berserk now grants that effect, increased effect of at rage effect at 14 to 20. No longer grants 0.2% physical attach leached as life per rage. Oh wow. I feel like that's a nerf. Let's see. What's the percentage now? But the damage is increased. But your ability to sustain yourself just through rage is no longer there. So you have to get life leech outside of Berserk to actually sustain it. And like regen, I guess. I guess most people kind of use regen to sustain it anyways, so I guess it's kind of not that bad. Reckon Arc will be a lot stronger. I think Arc was an overall buff. Totems was so strong at SF because he didn't have to care about the weapon. I think it might be a nerf, but a buff on the high end. Probably that makes sense, yeah. Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling, so this makes it so that Blink is no longer able to use with cast on roll, cast on dodge. That's basically what it is. Bone Offering is now 8 seconds while the explosion radius is 2.4. So, and then the damage got nerfed. Buff now has minions taking 20 to 25% reduced damage from hits while shielded, and also absorbs the first hit, dealing over 25% of minions' maximum life. Quality now provides shielded minions have 30% less damage take for 1 second after the shield is lost. Did people use Bone Offering for minions? I'm not sure. I never played minion builds. If so, this seems like an overall buff. Siege Cascade Titan. Do you know how conversion works? Was thinking if you play Arc, convert into fire, use new keystones, convert into chaos, will that technically work? So you're converting lightning to fire and then converting fire into chaos. That should work, yeah. That should work. I think that should work. I'm not 100% sure because I've never played that before. Logically thinking, it should work, but I'm unsure. Let's see, cast on freeze, cast on shock, cast on ignite to, okay, that one's pretty interesting. This basically means that you can get your energy faster if you're using multi-elements, but it is a nerf if you're using single element. This is big, though. Chaos Bolt grants Withered. That is huge for Essence Drain Contagion. Okay, grenade stuff. Primary attack damage is now 299, 490. Mini Grenade is now more as well. Okay, so Cluster Grenade buff. Cold Snap, I don't know exactly how that's going to work. I need to see it in practice, but it seems pretty good. Comet is still going to be something that you're just going to use with a cast on X. You're not going to be using it outside of that, from what I can tell. Contagion is huge. Provides 0 to 2 additional enemies when cast, instead of plus 0 to 100% maximum debuff damage from spreading. This is big. Now you don't have to use Unleash with it anymore. You get an extra slot. Banner stuff, don't care. Despair now is doubled the effectiveness, but again, on unique monsters, it's basically the same. Disengage got nerfed for mobility, which doesn't really matter too much because we have sprint, right? More banner stuff, boring. 100 spirit, they're mad. Well, the thing is, right? The reason why it's 100 spirit is because it's 3 in 1 now. So if you're using multi-elements, you're getting a lot of energy. If you're using like 2 elements, right? If you're using freeze and shock, you're getting a lot of energy. Trinity, you'll be good with less requirements. I really think like a tri-elemental build with a cast on X, like cast on ailments, could be really strong this league. Because like it just sounds like you're gonna be casting shit like crazy with this, with triple element. And then you run Trinity with it as well, and you're just doing uber damage. Cast on ailment Chonk might go crazy too, yeah. Potentially, yeah. Okay. Earthquake Dragon Drown is now 1.8 meters. Aftershock now it does more damage. And as radius is 2.4. Okay, so basically smaller AoE but bigger damage. Earth Shatter now has more damage for each spike. I don't think it's still good. I still don't think it's been used. Electrocuting Arrow is potentially used now. Elemental Sundering can now consume up to 20 ailments, previously 9. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage, and Cold now deals 100% more damage against uniques. I think there was like an Elemental Sundering one-shot build last season, so this could potentially be even like stronger now. Ember Fusillade can be infused with lightning. Oh, wow. So now Ember Fusillade is a level 9 minimum, so you can't use it at like very early levels. Interesting. Okay. Emergency Reload now reloads all your crossbow ammunition, which is good. Empowers each close ammunition to deal increased damage for its duration until you expend all your empowered bolts. Okay. That's a buff. Enfeeble has a curse that makes non-unique targets deal 20 to 26% less damage, or curse makes unique targets deal 10% to 16% less damage. Curse now makes targets deal 21 to 29% less damage at 3 to 20. What was old Enfeeble? They didn't tell us about the change. $20 to 20%, 20 to 26, and 10 to 16. Oh, okay. So it's just now everything. Okay, got it. So it doesn't matter what type of enemy it is. Okay. Escape Shot, we saw that. Explosive Spear. Okay, yeah, I don't think Escape Shot should be used still. I have Wintered when passing through an allied flame wall that adds self, and now all the shards is subsequently released will be receive the flame ball's additional fire damage. I thought that was always the case, but maybe not. Tags of Frost Explosion now causes 150 more freeze buildup and gains 9% more per level. Quality now provides chance to not consume parry debuff. I don't think anybody's going to use this still. I'm sorry. No longer creates secondary firebolt projectiles by default. Instead, it can consume a fire infusion to do so. Now is mineral gem of level 3. So instead of having Ember Fusillade at 3, now it's going to be this one. Fire projectile and explosion now deal 15 to 22 damage at gem level 3, scaling up to this much. Secondary projectiles now deal 22 to 33. I mean, it just sounds like overall unless you're using the infusions, it doesn't sound... I mean, you can use it as an early leveling tool, but you're not going to want to use it without infusions in late game. There's a crazy buff to Enfeeble. It's a decent buff, yeah. Yeah, don't forget about if damage was nerfed, they're gonna might be strong with supports. That is true. Because supports overall, we just have way more supports. And like we can double dip supports, right? Firestorm. Now has a radius of 2.8 meters. Oh, that's really good. Creates 1 bolt every 0.2 seconds. Okay, slower. No longer consumes Ignite to create improved bolts. Instead, it can now consume every type of elemental infusion. Fire Infusion causes the storm to double in size and create 3 times as many bolts. Oh, wow, that's really good. Cold and Lightning Infusion causes the storm to create additional cold and lightning bolts respectively. One of each infusion can be consumed by a single use of the skill. Fire Bolt is now 16 to 56 to 23 to 83. So it's a little bit weaker in terms of like damage, but the thing is you're going to be having so many more projectiles in such a small area that like this is going to be like way stronger. And we saw how strong it looked in the freaking preview. It looked really good. Let me see if I can find it. Like, look at this, man.
Which adds both fire and lightning depth lightning. And by infusing it, you can go with living bomb. Use it with fire, that can be infused at the same time as the different elements at the same time.
So that does look very strong, right?
Use it with all 3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic. Cold to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
Strong. Now, granted, that looks like it has all, like every infusion, right? It has cold and lightning and probably fire. But the damage it does, it looks pretty impressive. Like, potentially this could be a main damaging skill for a build. $16 to $28 for bosses? No, it's just across the board. It's flat for the Enfeeble. I'm not very motivated because of the shit they did at Galvanic Shard. Again, I don't know if it's an overall nerf. I think it might be fine. I think it might be a buff. As long as the mana stuff is fine, I think it might be a buff. They scaled mana. Buff exit. There's 0 chance you're gonna sustain. It was 0 chance. I mean, we'll see, right? Yeah, we'll see. And also, whatchamacallit? Depending on how common the unique is, the unique support gem. Let me see here. You might just be able to use it. This one. Ratha's Assault. I mean, I guess what you have to dodge when you to reroll is kind of like iffy. I guess it's kind of iffy there. Is the support gem for the crossbow right now? What does it do? Is it called double barrel? Yeah, it's called double barrel. This, I mean, yeah, an additional bolt is not that much. But I think yesterday, for one of the images, it showed. It showed. Where is it? The leveled up versions. Double barrel 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's still one additional bolt. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see how it goes. We'll have to see how it goes. I'm not. I. I'm holding out hope. I'm being positive that it'll be fine, but maybe I'm just being too positive. Okay. Let's see here. Flame Wall can now consume lightning infusion and it grant additional lightning projectiles to pass through. No longer causes projectiles to pass through it to ignite enemies. Huh. Okay. I guess that's just because it's the new flammability stuff. You probably need to stack flammability to actually ignite enemies instead of having it being like 100% ignite. Okay, Ellie weakness is good. Frost Bomb is now going to be used for, like, not really for leveling. It's just going to be used for exposure now. Frostball now deals 80% less damage for 0.5% of its duration, or 4.5 seconds of its duration. Okay. I mean, the Gathering Storms one-shot build is still possible for Flicker, but like the AoE clear is just, we're gonna have to work on like a new AoE clear, because Gathering Storms didn't get changed and Flicker didn't get changed. Why is the clip going to 1 anyways? I have no clue. Buy 2 extra loaded bolt weapons. I have a huge topic of feedback on crossbows on the forums with more than 20 pages. A complete shit on everyone who gave that feedback. Just play Fisting Monk. GGG wants the galvanic shards to behave like a pump action shotgun. I mean, yeah, its overall damage is higher, but just like the speed is lower, right? I we'll have to see. I'm just gonna say we'll have to see how it goes. We can see all the numbers right now, whatever, but until it gets put into actual practice, we'll see. And also, you know, Copium, maybe some of the tree nodes that they're gonna add is gonna make it better. Who knows? Stormwave for monk mapping? I would prefer using Flicker if I can. I'm too mad I'm gonna go smoke. I'm sorry, sir. Frostbolt base projectile speed has been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Oh wow, so that's a nerf to the Twister. That's nerf to Twister. Tornado. Instead it chills as though dealing that amount of damage. Projectile now deals cold damage at level this amount of cold damage. Huh. So it's overall less damage. Wait, chill. So it's just more about chilling and freezing as opposed to. I mean, it still does okay damage. It's like slightly less, but yeah, it's gonna be more about chilling as opposed to like damage now. I'm gonna be honest, guys. What I think is that at the end of the day, crossbow is just gonna have to like. I don't understand why crossbow behaves like it does. In the sense, like, why does it have a clip? Why does it have like reload? Why don't you like? There's no other weapon that does that. Like, you don't even have that with like bows and shit like that, right? Like, why? Why do they have this penalty on the weapon? I don't understand. Is it so strong that if you didn't have reload, that it would be too busted? Like, what if they got rid of the reload penalty? What if they got rid of like the ammunition on it? Like, would it make the game less fun? Would it make crossbows OP? I don't think so. I think it's just an unnecessary limitation for thematic reasons. Yeah, it's fine to have the penalty if you're doing giga damage, but you're not doing giga damage. Then it's a bow. I mean, what's the difference between a quarterstaff and a mace and a sword and a mace? It's just the attack speed, right? Pretty much. Or like an axe and a mace. It's just the attack speed. Yeah, the skills have like different themes to them, but functionally they're the same thing. That's the same thing as what's the difference between a bow and a crossbow? Thematically, like the skills you use are different, but it's just the same thing at the end of the day. It's just that the skills look different. I really think that they either need to make crossbows do giga damage, right? To make up for the fact that they have this like negative, or just give it up. Why make me reload? Why make me have a clip? Nothing else has that shit. What is my archer gonna have a slower attack speed because he has to go and reach for that shit? And then does he have to, oh shit, I'm out of arrows in my quiver. I gotta replace my quiver and put it on my. That doesn't exist in the game. When's the next podcast? Monday with Darth Microtransaction. It would have an identity crisis compared to bow if we take our reload mechanic. I mean, I don't really understand how that's the case. Like, what's the difference between an axe and a sword? If I ask you that, then like, what's the difference between why does axe and sword not have an identity crisis? If bows and crossbows, if you got rid of crossbows reload, like how would it have an identity crisis against a bow? They don't really know what to do with crossbows, it feels like. Yeah, like, I don't understand why crossbow is the only weapon in the entire game with a negative. It's the only weapon in the entire game with a downside, but yet it's not like the skills damage or like abilities are compensated for having that downside. Now the news is blocked by Russia. Poo 2Ks. We're still screening patch notes. Yep. We still here, boys. Right? Should do crazy damage or reload. Exactly. I think that it's like crazy damage or like something else, right? Something needs to like there needs to be an upside to having the reload. But at the moment, there's no upside. And I don't see what they could do with the upside to make it work. Like, even if it did giga damage, right? Other classes still do giga damage. It's not like at what point do you buff the damage to where it's like worth it to have a reload? Because it's not like any other class have problems clearing the map with one shot. And the reload pretty much only affects like map clear. Reload doesn't really affect bossing because for the most part, a lot of builds just kind of one-shot the boss anyways. You also like question, do we know how Ancestral Bond through Warrior Tones will work? Does it take 3 endurance charges or use the 100 spirit or both? I'm assuming that Ancestral Bond just doesn't work with. I'm assuming Ancestral Bond will make it cost spirit and use the charges. That's my assumption. Maybe this is coping. If reload speed has nodes on the passive tree, makes it almost instant. It doesn't matter because like I mean, at the end of the day, it is you can get the reload to be pretty much 0 with high enough attack speed. But again, why does it have that negative? Even if you input the nodes into the tree that makes reload faster, it's basically the same as having attack speed nodes. The click for crossbows have the highest damage. Okay, the base click has higher damage, but the skills themselves don't. And people aren't really using this basic click during the game anyways. Like it's like, yeah, I don't know. We're hoping for a cool workaround. Yeah, unfortunately not. I want to play crossbow is looking bad. I'm just looking at Fistmonk after what I've seen. I mean, the crazy thing, right, is that they did buff crossbows. They literally buff crossbows across the board in terms of like lowering the reload speed or like the make it so you don't have to lose it, like, walk slower when you reload, and like the slow for attacking is not as bad, but like I don't know. I feel like they just don't understand. I feel like they just don't understand. They don't understand why crossbows are just bad. And like again, they're not bad. They're mid tier. But like I feel like they don't understand the reason why crossbow can't be more than a mid tier weapon. What's the problem with crossbow? The problem with crossbow is that right now there's, for me, in my mind, the biggest problem with crossbow is they have an imposed penalty on them with the reload and the clip size, but there's not a positive to make up for that because none of the other weapons have to deal with that. So they could like use all their points in like attack, like instead of trying to use it to like make up for the reload, they could use it on just other damage. And like, yeah, there's also a big problem with like mana, for example. Like the faster you're like, I mean, I guess that's not as big of a problem, but yeah. I enjoy crossbows needing too many tweaks. I wouldn't say mid tier. To be honest, had some insane grenade builds. I mean, like when you're so like there are some insane grenade builds that do a lot of one shot. Like I've seen grenade builds that do basically one shot on tier 4 bosses, right? But like the thing is, I don't think that crossbows are doing things any better than other builds, is what I'm saying. Like they have a negative to them, but they're not any better than other builds. A lot of other builds. And I'm gonna be honest, maybe this is me, but I also don't consider grenades crossbows. Like, yeah, you need a grenade to use like I'm talking about like the grenade is different because like it's not, you don't reload grenades. The problems that I'm talking about are with crossbow, with like clip and reload right now. The grenades are in like a kind of a different category. I did an SSR Arbiter, Zesh one link as a crossbow burst grenades. Yeah, no, the crossbow is fine. But the problem is the crossbow ceiling can never be at it. Like, again, it's what I'm saying is like they're fine, but I don't know why they have a inherent negative to them that other things don't have. Like, you can make up for it. You can make crossbows decent. But my question is, why does crossbow have this inherent negative when other weapons don't? And like, again, this negative is something you have to make up for by like having enough attack speed to like make up for like the clip and the reload and stuff like that. And when you increase your attack speed, it also means you're consuming mana a lot faster because you have to reload a lot faster, right? So it's like there's kind of like a negative to increasing your attack speed too. It's much better to scale your damage off of crit chance, crit damage than attack speed. Attack speed, for the most part, is just a quality of life to make your attacks feel better. And at a certain point, you don't need any more. You don't want attack speed to be too high because you're just going to burn mana way too fast. You'd much rather scale crit chance, crit damage for damage over scaling attack speed. Yeah, attack speed affects reload speed. That's why I'm saying it's scaling, getting attack speed, because you need more attack speed to make up for the reload time. You want endgame option to make it OP? It's more of just like, it feels like there's an unnecessary tax or like negative on the crossbows that other classes just don't have to deal with. Base crit, you can't go crit route unless you go Amazon. And crossbows is already mana heavy. Yeah, it's just I want crossbows to be better than they already are. The crossbows are okay. They're fine, right? They're okay. You can get a good crossbow build. But the thing is, you have to do. I feel like you just have to do a lot more work to get your crossbow build to a certain level of scaling, where other classes and weapons don't have to do that. It feels like you have to jump over like 4 or 5 hoops. Like, you have to jump through 4 or 5 hoops to make crossbows decent, or like scale up to like a really like good levels, whereas like other classes just don't have to jump through these hoops to make their damage go higher. At a reload that needed 1,000 mana. Yeah, this is they really need to do better with crossbows. Okay. Let's see here. Wow, Frozen Locust. Locust deals 38% less damage with the first. Wow, big Frozen Locust nerf. Holy, that's a big Frozen Locust nerf. Damn, that was one of the few single target options that monks had leveling up too. Oh, damn, dude, monk leveling is tough. Glacial Bolt. Ice crystals now have 50% air or area effect shadowed. Ice crystals now deal 80. Yeah, it's the ice crystal stuff is rough. Oh god. Glacial Cascade no longer consumes freeze. It now consumes freeze on non-unique enemies. To deal 150 more damage, and consumes freeze on unique enemies to deal 500. Burst radius is bigger. Okay. Seems like a buff overall. Hailstorm rounds. Herald of Thunder got off very light. Hex Blast, still garbage. High velocity rounds apparently is now a main attacking skill. We'll see how strong it is. Or, sorry, high velocity rounds, let's see. No longer consumes broken armor. Instead, hitting a fully broken armor will apply a debuff to the enemy, which causes your attacks against them to deal additional physical damage. Okay, that's kind of cool. Ice Nova now consumes, okay, just with the infusion stuff. Incinerate is weird. We'll see how it goes. Glacial Bolt is dead. Arcane and Cat, we can use the same support gems or more skills. Yeah. I mean, a lot of these nerfs and like numbers nerfs are going to be made up by some of the support gem stuff. But the thing is, if the skill was a main skill, right, you were still always going to be using the best support gems on it. So overall, if your skill is a main skill and it got nerfed, it's just a nerf across the board. Now, if your skill is a combo skill or a secondary skill and it got nerfed, then it's probably going to be balanced out by the support gem stuff. Inferno Cry got its ceiling reduced. I'm surprised it didn't get nerfed more. Killing Palm now grants power charge when calling an enemy. 2 when calling rare. Okay, interesting. Lightning Bolt by Choir of the Storms. Now correctly typed as triggered. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks when the target hit, but now has 6-second cooldown. Deals 6 to 208 damage, scaling up to that. Okay. Now has 2 additional bolts if a shocked enemy is in the targeted area. Quality now provides 4 damage. Is anybody ever going to use Lightning Conduit? I feel like Lightning Conduit, now that it has a cooldown, is just kind of lame. Like, I don't know. I feel like nobody uses cooldown skills while mapping. I forgot to say Nicing has to read 69. Wait, where's 69? 80 to 90% on the Nug Train. 10% is going through Blood Mage. I'm thinking about doing a fire build. I'm thinking about potentially doing a Firestorm build at some point. I don't know about a fire build specifically, but a Firestorm build potentially. Oh, now deals 69 to 208. Oh, I literally have it fucking highlighted. I'm an idiot. Chaos Fire Ignite Poison is my current idea. Will Monk be bare hands be the meta? I don't know if it's gonna be the meta, but I think a lot of people are gonna play it. Did Lightning Spear get nerfed? Yes, it did. Okay, quality now provides 20% chance to do an additional burst on impact. Holy crap, Lightning Rod is gonna be crazy. Lightning Spear nerfed, of course. I think it still might be usable, but like it's no longer like the end game powerhouse it is, and it's gonna require a lot more investment to make work. I don't like the magma barrier changes. Over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next attack will spray lava. Now grants 25 increased block chance. Magma Spray now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per shield evasion. It has a 2.8 meters radius. So it got damage nerfed as well. Oh wait, this one got nerfed. The base damage got nerfed, but the attack damage got buffed. I mean, I just don't like it. Like now you're into like there's a delay and you can't use it as a main damaging skill anymore. It's lame. Any bleed nerf or buff? Nope, it got untouched. Mana Remnants got buffed, which is crazy. I think Mana Remnants was always sleeper OP, and it got buffed, which is insane. Though the overflow of mana did get nerfed, so potentially not as good, but it's still very, very good. Orb restores triggers from casting any spell in its radius. Creates a lightning infusion remnant if all the bolts are used up or duration expires. Now has a maximum of 8 bolts at all gem levels. Previously 12 to 29. Oh, wow. Ooh. I mean, it's good for infusion, but I'm thinking about our boys, Gia's Stormtrooper build, and ooh, yeah, no. But the damage did get increased by quite a bit. So maybe it's okay, but he's definitely got to spam his lightning, like the Orb of Storms, a lot more often now. Do you think you still have damage with that Quarterstaff on Monk? Well, it just depends on how hard this thing scales. Because what do I call it, right? It depends on how hard this physical damage piece scales. That's all it is. If this can scale super high, then you could have enough damage. But if it doesn't scale, then it's gonna be kind of garbo. Just delete crossbows. Oh, wow. Okay. Perfect Strike got nerfed in its damage. Interesting. So it's easier to hit, but lower damage. Okay. Rip Angormus. I mean, I think it still is probably pretty strong. Plasma Blast. I mean, Plasma Blast is strong over single target. I'm sorry. Quality now provides more magnitude of poison instead of increased. Wow! Poison Arrow got a huge buff. Poison Arrow got a huge buff. Oh, this is also really good. 20% faster fall. Raise Zombie now provides increased effect of empowerment. Okay, whatever. Nobody's going to use it. Rake now cannot be Rake Stomping Ground anymore, but that's about it. Rapid Assault, not really much. Rapid Shot, I think, was now as better as its main damage skill. The roll amount now grants 15% increased movement speed, which just makes sense. I'm glad they did this. Artillery Ballista buff, I think. Rolling Slam now has plus 1.5 to attack speed, attack time, so slower, but no longer has an attack speed penalty. So I guess lower ceiling, but higher floor. Okay. Scavenge plating now has 4% more armor per scavenge plating at all gem levels. Previously 3 to 5. So it got scaled to be more consistent across the board, but lower ceiling. Oh, Thorns nerf. Ooh, Kaltorok's not going to be happy about that. Kaltorok is not going to be happy about that. They nerfed. Oh. Who's in the balancing rule? As much as I want to understand that perfect balance is possible, who the fuck are they doing these changes, or? Armor is dead. I don't get the rapid fire change and interaction with the grenades because you get extra DPS for fire for heat, but now it converts 50% to fire or what? I'm not entirely sure how it works, to be honest. I've never played it, so I can't really comment on it too much. Let me just read through it, right? No longer is a delay before firing bolts, 50% less reload speed, has 100 maximum animation at all gem levels, and 30 to 45% 45 maximum heat. So what is heat, right? Is the question. Heat, heavily modified heat to build up on your crossbow. Using this skill causes an initial buildup of heat before unleashing a stream of flaming bolts that gain fire damage based on your heat. Heat also grants bonus damage to grenades, but dissipates when not building up. Okay, so it does buff your damage. So having more heat is good for you. So let's see here. Rapid shot. All levels, previous maximum ammunition, and 30 to 45 maximum heat. Okay, that's higher heat. It now deals that percent of damage at gem levels. Okay, that's better. Quality now grants maximum heat, up to 15. Heat no longer grants rapid shot damage gained as fire. Instead, reaching maximum heat prevents you from using the skill for 10 seconds. It now regenerates heat once per attack instead of once per 0.25. Heat now begins decaying after 4 seconds without gaining heat at a rate of 10 per second. Heat no longer grants grenade skills damage gained as fire. Instead, explosive grenade and cluster grenade consume heat to gain 50% of damage as fire, while incendiary consumes heat to do more ignite damage. Okay. What was the scaling on the grenades for heat? 6% maximum damage per heat, right? So that's 24 maximum heat times 6. I'm too lazy to calculate. 24 times 6 equals 144 extra fire damage. And now it is just gain 50% as fire. Am I doing the calculations correctly?
You got it set to M for mini, when it should be set to W for
Because it seems like it's a massive nerf.
It worked!
How are patch notes? I mean, overall, they're really good. Rapid Shot deals double damage and Cluster Grenade deals 50% more damage. Yeah, but the thing is, Rapid Shot is it basically, now Rapid Shot, you have, at some point, you need to stop shooting and, like, throw out your grenades. It's like, I guess it's just a rebalancing, right? They want your damage to be more balanced between the Rapid Shot and the grenades versus all the damage being on your grenades. You use 3 grenades to that task speed time, so overall DPS cooked. Rolling Slam is even slower. Well, Rolling Slam, it now doesn't have an attack speed penalty. So it has a lower floor, or lower ceiling, but higher floor. I disable light from the card openings here. No, the lights are just broken right now. It's just broken right now. The channel point, like, connection to my stuff is broken. Bloodmate crossbow BD crazy. Wait, what? What's BD? Oh, build. Wait, what about it's crazy? And can you link it if this case? Okay, shield charge, base move speed reduced by 25%, but has no longer as a cooldown. Now has a base attack time of 0.6, deals up to 100% more damage based on distance traveled. Air effect now deals 30 to 94. Attack damage. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay, so shield charge got a big nerf. How are you feeling about this update? I mean, overall, it's a big W. Overall, it's a huge W. Shockwave totem slam now has an attack speed of 50%, previously 100%. Slam deals less damage, while Jagged Round Eruption now deals more damage. So basically, they're wanting you to combo Shockwave Totem for damage, is what I can tell. They mentioned the buff to Bind Spectre, but I don't see anyone talking about it. Do you think a minion build using Bind Spectre to capture a strong boss will finally be viable? Well, you can't capture bosses with Bind Spectre, unfortunately. But the Spectre's got a 25% damage buff across the board and also better spirit scaling. So I do see it being better. But I think some of the core problems of Spectres need to be fixed with, like, some of the, like, bugs with, like, going out of range. And, like, also, like, some of the attacks are just, like, not very the Spectre attacks are not meant to attack monsters. They're meant to attack players. So a lot of the times it makes the Spectres miss their attack and just like wastes their damage. So we'll have to see how it goes. I don't think damage was like, I mean, some of the times damage was the problem, but I think the majority of Spectres, their issues weren't with damage. Dude, Spear of Stellaris, initial hit now deals 29% less damage, while pulses deal 50% more. If the ignited ground gains up to 100% radius of the ground spear's lifetime, previously 30%, and now deals 67% more damage. Quality provides the 25% chance to retain 40% of glory instead of 0 to 40% more magnitude of ignite. Potentially, Spear of Solaris could be usable, but it still looks garbage. I'm not gonna lie. Best first run class is still the Witch. I'd say Witch is decent, and I'd say Lich is also good. At least from what I can tell right now. Okay, we have Sunder, which got a buff, right? No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a critical hit. Instead, it inflicts sundered armor. Oh, actually, I don't know about that one. I feel like that's an overall. I mean, it depends on how you're building it, I guess. If you have enough crit, if you build enough crit, it's overall a buff. But, like, yeah, it's just reworks how it worked. You're no longer, like, you have to build crit to use it, basically. Did I see Giant's Blood change? Yeah. It sucks. It's sad. But at the same time, I do think Giant's Blood was OP last. Like, it was OP. Like, basically, if you were a warrior using mace, you never did not use Giant's Blood, basically. So now it gives you, like, a true negative to, like, not take it. Building crit is impossible on warrior. I mean, maybe with a new tree, right? You never know. Supercharged Slam got damage up and 40% more damage for, okay, so... Oh, interesting. I think it's still overall a buff. Quality now provides 30% more damage per hit. Instead of Bell is destroyed after +2 hits. I don't know. Bell still seems kind of garbage. They have not touched crit and crit DPS. Oh, no, they did. You could see it with like the way that they've been doing things in this. They've reduced. I haven't seen crit chance nerfs as much, but I've definitely seen crit damage. Like Takabas are way weaker now. Temporal Chains, huge buff. 30% chance to leave shock ground with detonating spears. Okay. Time of need, 75% strength and 25 intelligence before it was 100% strength. Interesting. Toxic growth is big. Huge toxic growth buff. Trinity now applies all elemental damage instead of just attack damage. And it's now Dex Int instead of pure Dex. Oh, interesting. Grants skill speed instead of attack speed. Okay, that makes sense. Bone constructs got better. Vaulting impact now allows you to jump over enemies and small amounts of terrain. To support this, a number of changes to camera movement have been made to result in smoother camera during movement during skills. Deals bigger damage, escalates days. I still feel like people are probably not going to use it. I mean, it's basically a kind of like a mobility skill in a way for monks, right? Now you can get over terrain, kind of like a mini leap slam, I guess, for monks. Volcanic Fissure looks really cool. I'm really excited about Volcanic Fissure. Vulnerability, way better. Who cares about banners? Okay, Whirling Slash again. I think it's crazy that Whirling Slash avoided getting a nerf. I think it's insane that Whirling Slash got avoided getting a nerf. It actually got better. Demon form buffs go crazy? Yeah. Will I be uploading a video for this? I'll probably be uploading a video, but maybe not like this. Like, the stream is going to be a VOD, right? You're going to have a VOD for the stream, but I don't know if I'll be uploading a video exactly for this. I'll probably upload a patch notes video overall, but just not like what we're doing right now. It might be a highlights video. Told you Acid was going to nerf? I don't know. I mean, it seemed insane. To me, it seemed pretty dang strong. So again, the Ignite version is no longer existent, right? The Ignite version, the one that I was running, no longer exists. But the Shock version still exists. So, yeah. 99% Deadeye incoming if Tail of the Wind doesn't get nerfed. Were you using Tail Time or Whirling Slash? No. This, we're looking for highest attack speed, basically. Well, actually, with the Lightning version, well, I don't think with the Lightning version, people were even using crit damage. Mizo thought his build was good enough for a nerf. Well, my build did get nerfed. The Ignite version doesn't exist anymore. Thero's back to the live stream. Thanks. Giant's Blood gets reduced health. Chaos Inoculation should get reduced energy shield. Wind Serpent's Fury also huge nerf. No longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into walls or larger enemies. Quality provides more knockback distance. So they went with the route of nerfing Wind Serpent's Fury instead of nerfing Deadeye, which I think is interesting. Why do we keep nerfing red energy shield? I'll wait 3 days before starting a new character unless people find out the broken Ascendancy faster. I really love Deadeye. Yeah, I mean, Deadeye is just consistently top of the meta 3 seasons in a row. Okay. Beira's Anguish now creates ignited ground when used. Pretty garbage. Not gonna lie. Black Braid body armor now has 80% to 100% armor applies to elemental damage. Previously 100%. Bones of Uller now provide 30% reservation efficiency, which create undead minions. Instead of undead minions, have a reduced reservation. Existing items will have reduced reservation, but can be updated with a divine orb. Okay, basically kind of like rewording a bit. I don't know what the difference is between reservation efficiency versus reduced reservation really is at the end of the day. It's going to be a poison season. Death Harp got a nerf. Brisk Wrap now has deflection. Effigy of Cruelty now has critical hits with spells apply 1 to 3 as opposed to 3 to 5. Ooh, big nerf. Big nerf. Malagoro's Virtuosity, big nerf. Nazir's Judgment, kind of buff, I guess. Nobody cares. Who's going to use that? Like, maybe Daze becomes a big thing. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a big thing, but maybe it does. Pariah's Embrace now provides up to 40% increased mana cost efficiency instead of 20% reduced mana cost of skills. Quado's Bolt unique body armor now it's Deflection, Tangle Tongue, big nerf, Whispering Ice, inflict cold exposure, lowering cold resistance by 20 to 30% modifier now just applies elemental exposure. Zoph's Blood, enemies in your presence have fire exposure now is elemental exposure. Okay, that's a good buff actually. Fallen uniques and no longer drop. Inferno Flask, Forbidden Gaze, Thunderstep, the Wailing Wall, Fallen Formation, Wyland Stake, and Deepest Tower. The Remember Tales. Okay, what is Forbidden Gaze? Oh, yeah, nobody cared about this. Thunderstep. Yeah, nobody cared about this either. I mean, I'm not sure why they're getting rid of these. These are just like unused. Same with this one, for the most part, unused. Well, I mean, I guess maybe it's because they didn't want to balance it, because this basically gives Turtle Charm. But now everything has Turtle Charm, so they're just like, fuck it, let's just get rid of it. I don't want to balance it. That's what I see. Okay, this one is the Valor one. That makes sense. Not the wall, man. Sleeper ass helmet. Yeah, putting me to sleep with how boring it is and how shitty it is. Wallen Stake. Maybe they didn't want to balance fire exposure. I don't know. And the Remembered Tales. Blessed Bonds. What are Blessed Bonds? Oh, this one. Oh, it's another exposure one. They're just too lazy again. Basically, it's too lazy to balance the exposure stuff. Okay. Literally, every one of the, like, 80% of these is just GGG is too lazy to balance. Get rid of it. Too lazy to balance with new mechanics. Get rid of it. Fallen Formation equals no more banner bot? Yeah. Do you feel like Spire Souls got the love that he needed? No. Definitely not. I don't think Ignite was a problem. Like, the being able to get Ignite on an enemy was a problem. I think the problem was, like, way deeper than that in terms of, like, damage, proliferation, and everything. Is it too late to get the draw from watching? Yeah, unfortunately. I'd rather them not put resources in dog shit uniques anyways. I mean, true. It is true. Like, I don't think anybody's sad that these are leaving except for Deepest Tower, right? Nobody's sad about any of these other ones leaving other than Deepest Tower. Okay, these just all got block reworks. Item changes. Distilled Emotions renamed. 3 lowest tier of liquid emotions are called diluted liquid emotions. New art. Orb of Chance are now more likely to succeed on amulets, rings, belts, and charms. Interesting. So Astramentus is just going to be in everybody's inventory next league. Got it. Understood. Oh yeah, the Infernal class is a big hit though. Infernal class was a big hit because Smith was using it as their like best in slot most of the time. Tactician makes me question more. Tactician, I don't know, man. All orbs now found during Crop Chaos and less often from other sources. Interesting. Omens can no longer be obtained. These omens can no longer be obtained. Greater omen of dextral alchemy, sinistral alchemy, dextral coronation, and sinistral coronation. I mean, greater annulment I never used, right? Dextral alchemy. I mean, I feel like these were kind of useful. I'm not gonna lie. Like I use some of these sometimes. I used what is it called? Sinistral alchemies for maps, right? Now I don't have to use that anymore because maps don't work the same way as they do. So I don't need to use these anymore, but I did use them for like rolling maps to get like good prefixes. This was garbage. I never used that. I mean, yeah, and this is pretty garbage too. I don't think anybody ever used that. I actually did use these though. Headhunter Astra SSF log in. How nerve was Tangleton? Oh, it's pretty rough. It's still usable, but yeah, I don't think it's really good anymore. I think it's still usable. The critical hits fork is still extremely powerful, but it is definitely one that is you're gonna need to actually invest in crit into to make it work, as opposed to now where you just can kind of slap it on anything. It's basically you need to invest in it to make it work. So the ceiling's lower, but it's still good. They should add a Kitasan Black support gem. I just want to, you know, let's just speaking of that, let's just pull up our my Asian brother real quick, all right? Let's pull up my Asian brother.
Miso Shiru. Asian brothers here. Miso Shiru. Dude, I literally watched a Miso Shiru Uma Musume video last night. Dude, this Miso guy, he plays Uma Musume. He's my Asian brother tonight. Dude.
Yep. I'm apparently I'm Cute Dog's Asian brother now. Look at Northern Lion. Okay. Talisman of Ishta provides 10% cost efficiency. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill level up to level 20. Oh, that's good. Modifiers or martial weapons roll up to 25% critical damage, previously up to 39. Okay, so nerfs to critical damage again. Corruption, okay, critical damage nerfs again. Critical damage nerfs again. Damn, they are lowering the ceiling for critical damage by a lot. Holy. Okay. Block chance nerfs. Block chance nerfs. Iron Rune nerfs. Oh. Iron Rune nerfs. So damage nerf and energy shield and armor and stuff nerf. Okay. Oh, runes were just nerfed across the board. Though mind runes now grant more mana. Big, huge. Stun threshold, ginormous. Log in, boys. Alk LFG. If you were still to find a way to do 40 mil, every spellcaster is forced to use multiple elements because it forces infusion crap. I don't know. We'll see. They increase the maximum life and maximum mana. Maximum life is potentially decent. Freeze buildup. Oh, big. Huge. Okay. These got nerfed. Quantity of gold dropped by slain enemies. Oh my god. Ascappa gold buff. Let's fucking go. Elemental ailment on boots instead of armor. Oh, man. Okay. Charm charges. Big. Oh, big. Huge. Slowing debuff. Oh my goodness, insane. This could actually be decent, but nobody uses it. Man, this is all just useless shit. This is wow. Wow, this is just a whole lot of nothing. This is a whole lot of who the fuck cares. As in, gold increase doesn't just sell our items and hurt us. I don't think they addressed that at all. Whatever, I'm not sure exactly what that problem was. I have a little question. Do you think you can play Ranger Toxic Rain with the Archer? Toxic Rain. I don't think, is that a skill? But I mean, I think you could still play like, you know, poison build on Ranger with the Mirage Archer. Yeah, sounds pretty decent. Sounds like it could be okay. Okay, Fox Talisman. Talisman increases. I mean, this is kind of cool. Chaos buffs, I guess, but nobody's gonna use this again. Presence aura up. Cooldown recovery rate buff. Thorns critical strike. Oh, Kaltorak log in. Increase block chance on shields. Okay. As in, if you had 100% increased gold on a map, you had to scrap it. Oh, I don't know if they had... it might be down on the bug fixes. It might be out on the bug fixes. Did we get our strength in class? No, we didn't get a new class. Kaltorak must be frothing in the mouth. Accuracy rating on gloves. Interesting. Okay. Dakaba nerf. Suffixes that can roll strength on armors from level 33 that grant a percentage of armor applies to elemental damage. Okay. Yup. I'm assuming these will also work on hybrid armors as well. Also, this makes ES armors a little bit harder to roll, I guess, because I don't really think this is as valuable. That, I mean, it can be valuable, right? But I don't think everybody uses this. The lowest tier of modifiers granting all skills to a specific type on two-handed now has a value of +2. That's pretty good. Damage and extra elemental damage, increased mana generation rate, increased critical chance for spells, and increased critical damage for spells. Modifiers and saves now have higher values than the corresponding modifiers on wand. Okay, that's good. Buff for staves, which is big. Staves are pretty much not used for the most part. I wonder if they'll be used now. Increased critical chance, maybe on like a demon form, right? Because I think in demon form you can use the weapon but not the focus. So that'll be good for demon form. Demon form buffs, baby. Demon form eating good. Claire Obscure, is that you? I think in an interview with Try, Jonathan said that there's gonna be way less ways to recover ES besides waiting. Yeah, especially with like the whatever Eternal Youth being nerfed to the ground. Oh yeah. But I think there's gonna be like people are gonna probably try to find ways to leech. Because nobody wants to wait for ES to recover. Who's gonna do that? I mean, convalescence is also still a thing, right? I think people are gonna run convalescence a lot more often. Nerfed on crit chance for wands. Interesting. Nothing else got a nerf on crit chance except for wands and focus. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Sarge Malding. 0.3 notes made me log into 0 PoE1 Stormburst self-cat. Why is Sarge malding? What is he unhappy about? Yeah, Mr. Jack. That is exactly as Profire says. You can convert your current premium stash tabs into the trade tabs. Can we do that now or do we have to wait for the 30th? I don't know. I haven't looked yet. I'm assuming you're gonna wait for the 30th. Or the 29th. Monster changes. Lowered the growth on monster evasion rating with level. This results in level 80 monster having 30% less evasion rating than before. Okay. Failing to collect the hourglasses during Zarok, the temporal, no longer fails your trial of Sekimas, instead only damaging honor. Oh wow, that's a big nerf. Fail to collect the hourglasses, Zarok now enters a secondary phase where the hourglasses and slow debuff persists, but at a much slower rate. Oh wow. The life on most Act 3 bosses is reduced by 15%. Goodbye, monkey. I hope they didn't make Queen of Filth 15% less fat. That would suck. Rogue Exiles are now scaling more. Okay. They don't feel like just random rares at the end of the day. That's good. Okay. Getting that as a Spectre. Non-unique Rogue Exiles are now affected by rarity of items in the area. That wasn't being affected by before? That's crazy. Okay. Map version of Rattle Cage, the Earthbreaker boss is renamed to Volker. Okay, whatever. Periodically, individual invulnerability aura monster modifiers now makes things immune to damage from enemies. Periodic invulnerability aura monster modifier now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. I'm assuming, I guess, before it was immune to ally damage as well, or something like that. Who knows? I don't know what that is. Reduce number of river hags. Oh, big. Huge. Incrementally improve monster behavior. Okay. Maybe that's also a Spectre buff. Who knows? Bleed crossbow. Okay, I'll take a look in a second. I like the hourglass mechanic. That shit had my heart racing. Fucking, they're just trying to make the game easier for these people. Goddamn casuals. When I skip your highlight message, I'm sorry. I only have a limit of like this much for chat, so if it goes past, I don't see it. I'll take a look at it. Seems like they're marketing this as a buff patch, but when I go look at the patch notes, it's not really that at all. It had a lot of nerfs too. I mean, it had a fair bit of nerfs, but it also had a fair bit of buffs. I think it's just a balance patch. Like, there's going to be buffs and nerfs, but I do think that overall the buffs are higher, more than nerfs. Especially if we take in the grand scheme of things like classes, ascendancies, and like skills as well, and also weapons. I think it's an overall buff. Party UI, ritual UI, modifier shows positive sign on modifier range, spans both negative and positive values. Wisp minimap icons are no longer removed from your minimap if you run out of the range with them. Who cares? Just get rid of those. You will respawn a checkpoint and escape menu at Trial of Sekimas and Chaos, which will take you back to the entrance of the respective trial. When using a controller, you can now remove buffs, improve management of cache files. Okay. Control left click on an item to fill the I have section in the currency exchange. Okay. Cool. Interesting. Ooh, big MTX, lots of MTX. I don't feel like reading all these bugs, fixes. Did they do the gold fix, I guess, right? It doesn't look like it. Rest in pepperonis. I mean, maybe it didn't get written in. Who knows? Yo, what's up, Blue? This support change will also result in a lot of buffs. So here's the thing, right? This is what I was saying earlier. The support gem changes will buff skills that are not your main damaging skill. Because on your main damaging skill, you are most of the time using your best support gems on it anyways, right? So it won't change that at all. But if you're using it as a combo skill or a secondary skill, now that will get buffed. So if your skill got nerfed and it's a main damaging skill, most likely it's going to be overall a nerf. But if it's a combo skill or a secondary skill, there's a good chance that it balanced out or it's a buff overall. Some good news for Deadeye, it didn't get gutted. That's the good news. It's still very good. That's the good news. Get a vertical monitor instead of spending $1,000 on key design. How about you give me money to buy a monitor? When CM runs, I don't know if we're gonna run it on stream. I don't know. Didn't die to patch notes is a good news. What's CM? It's champions meet on Uma Musume. Wasted my time here. No champions meet on stream? Maybe we'll see. Okay. I mean, I guess maybe with that, what I'll say is I'm probably gonna end the Path of Exile section of this stream, right? We went over pretty much all the patch notes. I think overall it's gonna be a huge buff, positives, big shout outs, big ups to what they have done to this update, and I cannot wait for more updates. I cannot wait for more updates. But yeah, I think with that, we're probably gonna end the Path of Exile portion of the stream, and I'll probably play some Uba Musume on stream for a little bit. But I'm probably gonna end the YouTube stream as well. So if you guys are over on YouTube, if you want to still hang out, come over here on Twitch. All right, goodbye, YouTube. Thanks for hanging.